13th, 2019. And I'm going to call the full board meeting. It is 3:30, and I am using a microphone, and we are calling the full board meeting to order. Maybe because we have too many people. Can you hear me? Okay, I got half people saying yes, half the people saying no. They can hear me, okay. We're going to start today's proceedings with Pastor Tim Cross from the Living World Church. Then we're going to stand up for Pledge of Allegiance, where we're going to ask Commissioner Wilkins to lead us. Then we will sit down and get this meeting moving. So would you all rise for the invocation?
Father, we just come to you in this Easter season, remembering the death, burial, and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. Father, remembering the sacrifice and the fact that he said, no greater love has any man than this, than to lay down his life for his friends. And he gave us a commandment that we should love one another, as his example gave us. Father, I pray that even in this atmosphere where we may have some disagreements, but that, Father, we might demonstrate that love to one another, giving preference and giving kindness and respect to each other in this time together. And Father, I pray for these commissioners and the decisions that they have to make today. Father, I ask that you would give them wisdom, that, Father, you would give them clarity on what needs to be done, and that, Father God, they'd be able to recognize the wisdom of God as it is spoken. And Father, you said the fear of the Lord was the beginning of wisdom, so I ask that you would give each of us just that respect and that honor for you, and we'd be able to recognize your wisdom. Father, thank you so much for the Lord Jesus Christ, for all that he went through for us. And we ask this all in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Commissioner Wilkins?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Vice Chair Foster,
Here.
Commissioner Hovey Wright, Chairman Hughes, Commissioner Layring,
Here.
Commissioner Mahoney,
Here.
Commissioner Nash,
Here.
Commissioner Skolnick, Commissioner Snyder,
Here.
Commissioner Wilkins, 8 present, 1 excused.
And we have a quorum. Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to ask for approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have
Support.
a second? And support. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And that motion passes. Number 6, we're going to ask for approval of the minutes of March 21st, 2019. Can I get a motion, please?
Second.
We have a motion and second. This is for regular and closed session. Any discussion? Any concerns? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. And that motion passes. Thank you. Before I go into public comment on an agenda item, I'm going to ask everybody here to be nice to each other, use kindness and respect. Your signs you brought in with you, keep lowered so the people behind you can see. When we go to, if we take a break, you will be allowed to raise them up, but if we do not, you will not. Okay, thank you. I will now go into public comment on an agenda item. You will have 2 minutes. At the end of 2 minutes, I will have to ask you to stop.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes,
can you ask the board to not address public comment?
correct. Thank you, Commissioner Laring. Board, I'd like to remind you, we're not going to respond to the public comments. We will listen and take everything they say in. Okay, who wants to be first? Please state your name, your address.
I'm Angela Boxer. My address is 2086 Marva Avenue, Muskegon. We support the termination of Planned Parenthood's lease in the county building. There are better, more comprehensive health care solutions for Muskegon County's women, men, and children than Planned Parenthood. It is not ethical to have them in the building for only $1,500 a year, being a highly political business who earns millions and grossed over $1 billion last year every year, and still claiming to be nonprofit. Please do the right thing and vote to terminate this lease. Hello, my name is Laura Boxer. My address is 1821 Glen Avenue.
Can you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, my name is Laura Boxer. My address is 1821 Glen Avenue. I support Kathy Moore as the director of the Muskegon County Health Department. She wants to expand the services in the reclaimed space in her own building to improve quality care. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you.
My name is Lynn Edlin, 3650 South Brooks Road in Muskegon. I am just voting to terminate the lease of Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, when you're done speaking, if you want to exit the building that way, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
My name is Regina Gall. I live at 6791 Windflower Way in Norton Shores. I support the Muskegon County Health Department request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential operations for nursing programs and services. I have a son who is a surgeon that says this is vitally important, and I've watched over 75 children in my home who are happy, and none of their parents went through this.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm going to try and get out. Sorry.
My name is Kathy Brink. I live at 189 North Brooks Road in Muskegon. As a retired registered nurse, I am vitally aware of the importance of confidentiality that nurses have with their patients and their clients. In the space provided for them in the health department, there is not enough space to make this happen. And as a recent recipient of multiple healthcare opportunities this past year, as a patient, I really endorse the need to have confidentiality for our nurses providing care through the public health department, and I support evicting the Planned Parenthood so that we can assure safe, confidential sanitary operations for nursing and other services at the public health department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, before you start, can I say something? For the media, can all of you see okay? I see some of you struggling back there. And I understand that Andy O'Reilly has a way for the people outdoors to see and hear what's going on in here. Andy, are you back there? Okay. So there is a way to watch this if you're outdoors when you leave, if you want to continue. It's on the MuskegonChannel.com. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
may.
Hello, my name is Luann Fowler. I live at 247 Monroe Avenue, and I support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations. Thank you for your
ma'am.
time.
My name is Carol Wagamaker. The lease for Planned Parenthood is a bad business. I support Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jim Wagonmaker. I am a Muskegon County resident. I live at 1837 Kriegel, and I support Muskegon County Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. It is my understanding that the commission cannot comment today, but I would like to say, what part of a 7-2 vote don't you understand? Do you keep doing it like a millage until it passes?
Thank you, sir. Speaker, would you please hold up 1 minute? They're fixing an electrical cord that we don't want nobody to. When you speak, make sure you put your yellow slip in the box, too. I'd just like to remind everybody of that. Go ahead, sir.
My name is Jerry Poy. I'm a lifelong Muskegon County resident. I've been pastoring in this town for 44 years at the Family Bible Church. I was here last Tuesday, and honestly, when I came last Tuesday, all I knew was I was opposed to Planned Parenthood. After 330,000 abortions that are performed a year through Planned Parenthood, I was opposed to Planned Parenthood, so I was here. I didn't understand the business side of it, and our Commissioner, Brother Nash, had mentioned there's a business aspect to this, and I appreciate the idea that Muskegon County Health Department and our county health nurse and director has asked for more room. And it doesn't make any sense that Planned Parenthood is given that room, especially at the elementary price that they've been charged. So I support the eviction of Planned Parenthood. Two other things that I would like to say. One is, it's ironic that here on Easter, during this occasion, there were two crowds that came. One crowd said, "Crucify him, crucify him." They were yelling death. And the other crowd
please.
was saying, "Hosanna in the
Last
highest."
time, people. Do it
The
again.
other side, can I not say
Order.
that? The other side was saying, "Hosanna in the highest." And I'm here to say, "Oh, Hosanna in the highest." The other thing that I wanted to say simply was this. My mother, in 1953, had polio.
Sir, your time is up.
Okay,
Thank you,
and
sir.
just to say this, she was advised to have an abortion. I'm glad that she
Sir,
didn't.
your time is up,
I'm
please.
the
Please.
recipient of
Please,
her not
sir.
having an abortion. Thank you.
Sir, before you speak, can I take 1 second? Everybody with your cell phones, make sure they're silenced. Thank you. Sir, it's yours.
Hi, Dr. Tom Peoples. I'm a physician at Mercy Health and also a member of the Healthcare Provider Work Group of the 1 in 21 project to improve the healthcare in this community. I'm a resident of Norton Shores, and I come here to ask you to accept the proposal from the County Health Commissioner to evict the space that's being rented to currently to the Planned Parenthood operation. I think it's essential that we increase the possibilities to provide care to our high-risk, low-income people, particularly in the areas of sexually transmitted disease and HIV. And we don't have enough space to do that at this point. We're suffering in that particular statistic as well as others. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I am Donna Esch. I live at 3333 Sunset Drive, and I support Kathy Moore's request to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease at the county building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Phoebe Heiss. I live at 8243 Old
Into the
Channel
mic,
Trail.
please. Speak into the mic, please.
Do I have to repeat myself?
Please, I could not hear you myself.
Okay. My name is Phoebe Heiss. I live at 8243 Old Channel Trail in Montague. And I support Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. And I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Ron Cooper from Fruitport, Michigan, 4491 East Ponluna Road. Planned Parenthood kills babies before birth by tearing their arms and legs off their bodies while still inside the mother.
Don't do it, people. This gentleman has the right to speak.
Also, they also kill babies as they are being born by snipping the spinal cord in their neck as the baby's head comes out of the mother. It's called partial birth abortion. Surely the county should not be giving Planned Parenthood a deal on the county building rent, which you are now doing, or helping them in any way, especially at taxpayers' expense. The county should not give Planned Parenthood building space that can be used for our own public health services. Please terminate the lease agreement to Planned Parenthood and get those murderers out of our building as soon as possible.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Martha Dillon. I'm at 207 Robinwood Drive, and I'm here to support Kathy Moore's request that the termination of the lease be done. I'm also the grandmother of 3 adopted children and a dear friend of the 3 young ladies that gave birth to them. And I thank God that they didn't abort those children, or I wouldn't have them for grandchildren.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Barbara Flores, 2468 Winchester Drive. I worked as a nurse in Mercy Health Partners, and I have made several visits to the department, and I really super duper support the termination of Planned Parenthood in that building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is, go ahead.
Ma'am. Ma'am?
Ma'am, the yellow slip that you have.
Thank you, Kath. Yes, ma'am, it's all yours.
My name is Marcia Merrick. I'm a resident of Muskegon
Into the
County.
mic, please. Speak into the mic.
My name is Marcia Merrick. I am a lifelong resident of Muskegon County, and I was a teacher at Muskegon Public Schools for over 33 years. I have seen many young people benefit from the services of Planned Parenthood over those years. The option and ability to get long-term and affordable birth control is the reason some of my former students were able to graduate. Oftentimes, the young people that sought the services of Planned Parenthood had been born to teenage parents themselves. Having this resource in the community allowed them to have non-judgmental health care. It seems that people are trying to force Planned Parenthood out of the community for offering the same services as a basic Google search, telling a person that abortion is an option in the location of the closest clinic. Some are willing to hurt thousands of Muskegon residents that rely on Planned Parenthood for providing that information alone. Planned Parenthood offers so many other services than that information. Planned Parenthood is pro-life, life that is planned for, protected, healthy, and able to be cared for and provided for.
Ma'am, thank you.
My name is Allison Merrick. I'd like to finish my mother's statement with my time. Young people need accessible health care and not religious judgment. At Muskegon High School, in every teacher's classroom, the core democratic values were displayed. Individuals have certain constitutionally protected fundamental rights that were not created by the government, but which should still be protected by the government. It is the government's purpose to protect these rights and not place unfair restrictions on them. Our Constitution promotes equality, which includes social equality and a person's right to access services that should be available to all citizens, regardless of their social or economic status. Forcing young people to travel to another county, arrange transportation, travel an hour each way, take time away from work or school to be able to receive the benefits currently closely available to them hurts the core value of common good of our community. Everyone's community. It is unjust in the type of circumstances our government should be helping us protect rather than voting to take away.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Cliff Badgema. My address is 2791 Lake Shore Road, Twin Lake. I rise to support Kathy Moore's resolution to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease. I urge the 7 commissioners to follow through on their decision of April 9 to take the final vote on this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Nancy Harriman. My address is 1175 Briarwood Court, Norton Shores, Michigan. By having Planned Parenthood located in our county building, we give them validation as an organization, and we're saying we're putting our stamp of approval on it. I'm going to make a very bold but truthful statement. You can Google this. Planned Parenthood, from its foundation, is a racist organization. It was started by its founder, Margaret Sanger. Throughout her life, Sanger held the view that the poor and disabled were subhuman. She was attracted to this and got involved in eugenics, which means good race. Sanger accepted and did speak to the women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan in New Jersey. This is a true statement. Racists were allowed to write in her publication that she did called the Birth Control Review. One of these was Lothrid Stoddard, an author of a book called The Rising Tide of Color, The Threat Against White World Supremacy. After publishing this book, Sanger invited him to join her international council. She sought incentives to try to use birth control. She was also involved in the infamous Negro Project. Her work continues today with Planned Parenthood. Black babies are aborted at a much higher rate than white babies. In fact, in New York City, now the
Ma'am,
black
thank you. I
birth
must
has,
ask you to stop.
the abortion rate has outdone the black birth.
Ma'am?
My name is Debbie Barquette. I live at 495 West Mount Garfield Road. My husband, Dr. Gus Barquette, has been an obstetrician gynecologist here in Muskegon, working at Mercy Health for the last 35 years. And like the women in pink, he cares very deeply for women's health care issues. In fact, we have just returned back from Africa, where he has been serving the last 25 years, meeting their health needs. However, unlike the women in pink, he does not discriminate against who is being given health care. He provides health care for those not only with reproductive health age, but prior to that and in utero. So hence, we are asking that Planned Parenthood be evicted from the county health building and discrimination stops.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Barbara Lloyd. I live in Montague, 7007 North Old Channel Trail. I support Planned Parenthood. I'd like to speak briefly today on behalf of people who are afraid to admit that they come to Planned Parenthood for services they provide, those services they can only afford to get there and need. Planned Parenthood agency serves many who need testing for sexually transmitted diseases. They have general health services for cholesterol, cancer, diabetes, high blood pressure, physical exams. I won't read all of them. I know many people are afraid to use these services because they do not want to be associated with the clinic because of the small 3% of services associated with abortion. To conclude, I speak for some people who need the other services and may be denied help with their health concerns if the clinic does not exist. I will show you for whom I speak. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Lee Fonstein. I live at 1871 Southwood in Norton Shores. In 1964, my mother, along with Dr. Jean Cornell and Zona Bailey, a nurse, started Planned Parenthood in Muskegon. My mother, Ida Fonstein, was the unpaid executive director. Those of you who may have known her know she was an unassuming person. She was, however, passionate about all members of our community receiving the health care they needed. That's what Planned Parenthood did in her day, and it's what they do today. They are the sole Title X provider in our community. My mother wanted good health care available to all in her day. And as a longtime social worker in this community, I'm here to tell you that she and I want the same for today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Holly Huber of 6090 Ridgeview Drive. I'm here speaking on behalf of the Michigan Association of Civil Rights Activists. We believe that health care is a human right. It's not political, it's not Democratic or Republican. It is something every human being needs. And I'd like to thank the commissioners for listening to all this testimony. Democracy works. We are here exercising our constitutional right to address our government, and you have a lot of responsibilities to uphold your oath, to set aside your personal religious beliefs, and do what is right for the city and county of Muskegon. And that means that you have to consider that this is not just a lease agreement, that Planned Parenthood does so much for so little. They are able to provide so many services, not just to residents of Muskegon County, but to adjoining counties as well. And when you take away that lease to Planned Parenthood, you are taking away women's access to important health care. Obviously, Planned Parenthood assists men, LGBTQ. They serve a lot of underserved areas. And to remove that access to health care is discriminatory, and Muskegon County would probably be sued for discriminating against women.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please take one of each. There are three
We will
handouts
get-
there. Please take
we
one
will
of
give a
each
minute
and
if you want to pass those down.
pass them down. My
Well,
name is Kathy. Okay. Thank you.
You can go ahead, ma'am. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman, members of the commission, distinguished citizens, thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of public services in Muskegon County. To just let you know, the three documents that I handed out are all found under your public health department on the website for the county. The first is an older report, 2 years old. It was in March 2017 on the chlamydia and gonorrhea, a silent epidemic in Muskegon County. What I've provided with that, and you'll see it, is a map of where those sexually transmitted diseases are present. Whether it's in Norton Shores, Roosevelt Park, North Muskegon, and I'm sorry that our chair is unable to be with us today because a high incidence of chlamydia and gonorrhea are present in that district and in Mr. Foster in your district and Mr. Skolnick, also in Norton Shores, Roosevelt Park, in addition to Muskegon and Muskegon City. So no one is without being touched by these sexually transmitted diseases. What Planned Parenthood does is provide a service that is required by law.
Thank you, ma'am.
She gets a little more.
Oh, I'm
because
sorry,
of
ma'am.
handing them out.
What are we going to give her, another minute? Go ahead, ma'am.
I'll just be real quick.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Point
what
of
you have
order,
before
point
you
of
is a-
order. I
No.
object.
I'm going to allow her to continue because I stopped her to hand out handouts, so we will give her an extra minute.
Thanks. From 2004 to 2018, you have a trend analysis of all the communicable diseases in Muskegon County, and you have the antibiotic treatment voucher that is available to you, and those are some of the treatments that are paid for through that Title X grant that is administered by Planned Parenthood. These are required services for the County of Muskegon, the family planning, and the STD testing and treatment. And so I urge your consideration as you look at this issue and ask that you push the pause button and give this critical issue as much consideration as you were able to give the animal control issue in this county.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm
Thank
told
you.
that was enough. Thank you. And just for a point of interest, ma'am, before you start, our chairman, Commissioner Hughes, is in selective surgery today. So I just wanted everybody to know and keep her in your thoughts today. She should be doing fine, but we're going to be without her for a few weeks. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Diane Thole. I live at 3050 West Sherman Boulevard, Muskegon. I'm here because I was a recipient of Planned Parenthood. I did not have a job that provided me with health insurance until I was in my 30s, so they were invaluable to me, and I after I got some education, I became a medical assistant, and I worked at Planned Parenthood. And let me tell you, nobody works at Planned Parenthood who gets rich. That's just a lie. So I hope that you don't make this issue political. I see all these evict and terminate signs. Those are very hot button words to use for a very good service that helps underprivileged people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Kurgel. I live at 2319 Greenwood Street. Evicting Planned Parenthood is not a business decision. It is a calculated attack on women's reproductive health. Folks supporting the eviction claim, it has nothing to do with politics and personal morals, but their statements clearly indicate otherwise. If their true motive was only to expand the health department, we would not have seen the repulsive anti-abortion rhetoric and slut-shaming present on Facebook. We cannot and will not allow bigots to choose what is best for women. Aside from the Planned Parenthood locations that do perform safe, legal abortions, the Muskegon Clinic is not one of them. In the 2017-2018 annual report, Planned Parenthood nationwide had 2.4 million patients, provided 9.7 million services, conducted 741,352 HIV tests, diagnosed 240,489 STIs, performed 274,145 pap smears, and there were 70,193 women whose cancer was detected or abnormalities were identified. Finally, 1.2 million people were reached through education and outreach. Without Planned Parenthood, there is nowhere for women to access free and affordable reproductive health care. An attack on Planned Parenthood is an attack on women, and we won't stand for it. Lastly, to the pro-birth folks, the white folks in this audience attempting to pander to communities of color, where is your anger when our black brothers and sisters are the victims of police brutality, mass incarceration, and redlining? Oh, right, you only care when it's a fetus.
Thank you, ma'am. Before you start, ma'am, I'm going to ask that you do not do the applause. That just takes up too much time, and we have a lot of people that want to talk. Thank you. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Sharon Storms. I live at 6458 Tamarack in Fruitport. Thank you, commissioners and board members, for allowing us to speak. And I just hope that you will take in consideration what the pastor's words were. You will use the wisdom that God has given you to use. I am here to support the babies that survived and the unborn babies that didn't have a voice. I am in support of terminating the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Commissioners. Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for this time. I am here to tell you that I support Kathy Moore's decision to evict Planned Parenthood from the county's property. I believe that that property should be used for county business, and I don't think that they should be supporting an organization that is not part of the county. There are 20 other community partners in the county that do this, that provide the same services that Planned Parenthood does. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners, I'm Mike Kemp. I live at 713 Fowler Street, and I support Kathy Moore and her decision or request to terminate the contract with Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood has a sweetheart deal. I mean, if they were willing to pay $1,500 a month like anybody else would in that kind of a space, you know, that might be a different situation, but they don't. And I don't think that as a county that we should be supporting any outside organizations with these kind of sweetheart deals. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Harold Champion from 2575 South Slocum Road in Ravenna, Michigan. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Pete Weinbelt, 3144 Coolidge, Muskegon, Michigan. I support the termination of Planned Parenthood contract. the county needs the space, and therefore they should terminate the contract. Planned Parenthood does duplicate service. Anything that they provide is also provided through other organizations in Muskegon County. Planned Parenthood is a very rich company. They have lots and lots of money, millions of dollars, and if they want to stay in Muskegon, they can redevelop the property and invest in Muskegon if they would like. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Paul Kurgel, 2319 Greenwood, and I realized how tough it is to deal with dollars and cents issues. We have our taxes gathered from us without our beliefs being a part of it. We have county commissioners who make decisions with their consciences weighing in on what those decisions are, and the sides are drawn, as is clear tonight. But I have a confession to make to this group. I've been a white male all of my life. I don't have a clue about what it means to live as someone black, brown, female, or LGBTQ. Goods and services have been largely tailored for me by people who look just like me. But I've listened to my mother, my wife, my daughters, to the brown and black people, men and women, and young people whom I've met, and the LGBTQ people and young people whom I've known. And my ongoing conclusion is really simple. My confession is this: dollars should make sense for all people. We should provide opportunities for as many people as we can to access medical care. We should accept and champion programs and organizations that focus on specific people's specific needs if dollars make sense. We admit that we cannot know another's journey, but strive to imagine what it must be like to walk in their shoes. We believe people's life stories, even if they don't live next door to us, if dollars make sense. We accept that our assumptions may not be true for all, and we may be plain wrong some of the time. We create a place on purpose for people because people's lives should not merely be a budget consideration. Finally, if dollars do make sense, the real and pressing needs of a community should never be a question of square footage. I beseech you this afternoon to rethink your vote, to take the time to examine the product, to see if it's worth the money. That it's clearly $5,000, $6,000 is a big deal to these taxpayers, as it is to me. But we need to look and figure out, what are the services provided? Are they doing the Title IX job that was asked of them? And if they are, we surely need to do more to empower them and perhaps expand their mission, or look at who else is providing medical care and say, why aren't you? Because clearly there is a void. It is our responsibility, our moral responsibility, to fill that void.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Jan Bialik, and I'm here to support Kathy Moore, Director of Muskegon County Health Department, and her resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I'm Pastor Tim Cross, pastor of Living Word Church at 1551 Wood Street, and I live at 6450 Zeller Road in Whitehall. You know, I think we could sit here and throw all sorts of things around, but we have to get back down to the simple fact. As talking with Kathy Moore beforehand, she said, this is not much different than having a 4-bedroom house, and I rented out one of the rooms to somebody, and then our family situation changed, so I want to take back that room. There is an agreement between our health department and Planned Parenthood. Our health department needs, by virtue of HIPAA laws, to have privacy, which they don't have in the square footage that they have right now. And they, in their agreement signed in 2010, both of them had the right to give a 60-day notice of termination of contract. It's just that simple. Planned Parenthood last year gave, or excuse me, I think a couple of years ago, gave $30 million away in political contributions. So they have enough money in their coffers to go out and to get another facility, and they can do that in the county. Our county health department and our county health department director needs our support. And if you're going to hire her and believe in her, and she says she needs the space, then we need to support her.
Thank you, sir. Pete, I asked you not to applaud till the very end. Thank you.
My name is Henry Bialik. I live at 2123 Van Allen in Muskegon, Michigan. And on behalf of myself and my family, I took the afternoon off today to come and impress upon you the importance of supporting Kathy Moore's request to terminate the lease of Planned Parenthood and expand her health care to the community.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Maria Bergren. I live at 17464 North Key Drive. I'd like to support Kathy Moore to support and to expand the Muskegon County Health Department and terminate the lease so that she can do her job. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Kwame James. I live in Lakeside. To the point that was brought up earlier about Margaret Sanger and racism, I will just submit that we are aware as black people living in America that many of the institutions that we live with have been founded with by people who have racist ideas. We are sure that racism is real in government, in politics, and in our lives. We work with what we got. What has been does change. It is changing even as we speak. These issues are complex. We find Planned Parenthood in the position over and over again of being at the center of controversy because people view Planned Parenthood along a single axis. They see one thing that seems significant, and it is. Life is full of significances, though. And the Planned Parenthood mission, the Planned Parenthood action is a very complex, multifaceted problem. And if we look at it like it's just one or another side of that, one or another facet of that, then we're missing a lot of the important nuance in making these decisions about an organization that does really very important life-saving work. I know personally someone who would not be alive today except for the cancer treatment that was facilitated by Planned Parenthood. It's not just about abortions. Planned Parenthood does not provide abortions in Muskegon County at all. Now, I appreciate that it's easy to be divided along a line, but the truth is, we're all in this together. Amen.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Rachel Soreska. I'm from Norton Shores. I'm a rape survivor. 27 years ago, 2 men forced their way into my home and repeatedly raped and beat me for almost 36 hours while my baby screamed in her crib. When they finally left, I was scared, violated, physically hurt, and my soul was broken.
Speak louder.
Do you need me to repeat all that?
No. Closer to the mic.
A friend recommended that I go to a local Christian-run clinic to have an exam and speak to someone. Before I even put on a gown, I was informed by the nurse that it was important that I accept my responsibility for my rape in order to start healing. I just stared at her, confused. She proceeded to point out that I didn't have to let them in my house or that somehow I gave them the impression that I wanted to have sex with them. She questioned me on what I was wearing and why I answered my front door. I set down the gown and left. I went immediately to Planned Parenthood where I was already a patient. I could barely ask for an exam, and the idea of anyone touching me made me want to throw up. The staff was gentle and moved at my pace. One nurse in particular stayed with me the entire time. She warned me every time before I was touched. She repeatedly told me it wasn't my fault and that she would help me get through it. I believe she sensed my desire to end my life even if I hadn't admitted it yet. She coordinated services for me to start my healing process, even though I could not see a light at the end of this tunnel. She called me every day for the next 2 months. At first it was to see how I was healing physically and emotionally, and then it turned into normal conversation about my daughter and my job. I believe she called me every day to make sure I didn't follow through on my desire to end my life, and gradually I realized I didn't want to disappoint this woman who cared enough to make the daily calls. Time today does not allow for me to tell you all of the ways that Planned Parenthood helped me to heal and move forward from victim to survivor. There's truly not enough time in the world. Planned Parenthood saved my life. A woman is raped every 90 seconds in this country. The Planned Parenthood clinic needs to stay in this community to care for these women without judgment. We are voters. We are the reason you have a seat at the table. I believe that you owe this community to answer some questions before you take a final vote.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jamie Way. I live at 3744 Arbor Way in Norton Shores, and I'm finishing her statement. I believe that you owe it to this community to answer some of the questions before you take a final vote. Where will the thousands of displaced patients receive the services that they currently receive through Planned Parenthood at no or low cost? What will happen to Title X funding currently being utilized by the clinic? How do you plan to stay in compliance with the requirements of the Title X grant if you choose to close the only dedicated Title X clinic? That is Rachel's statement. Here's some of mine. What she has done here today in telling all of you this, she has never told anybody else. Planned Parenthood cared for her when she couldn't go to her family, and she went to Christian Services and they treated her like it was her fault. Planned Parenthood is needed in this community. It is not an abortion mill. It is not all these crazy things that you have there. They provide services for men and women in this community that need it desperately. And to kick them out now without anything in replacement is doing a terrible disservice and injustice to the people of this community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Pennington. I live at 1418 Lakeshore Drive in Muskegon, and I want to thank you for this opportunity to comment. I'm a member of the Progressive Democratic Women's Caucus, and central to our mission is the involvement of women in the political process and the advocacy for women's right to reproductive health care. I'm also a member of the Board of Education of the Muskegon Covenant Academy. And last week, several commenters from Muskegon Pregnancy Services made a point of saying they rented space from the Covenant Academy. I want to make sure it's understood that this was not an endorsement of their program, and in fact, it pointed up the highly at-risk, highly vulnerable population of students at the Covenant Academy who do utilize the services of Planned Parenthood and are among those we should be particularly concerned about serving. Decisions should be made based on data and information. I have watched this commission delay decisions about bus routes, about senior recreation, and perhaps even about pound buddies. Women deserve the same consideration that was offered to these other groups. This is not kicking the can down the road. This is engaging in appropriate planning for alternatives for Title X services and weighing this budgetary priority against another budgetary priority. Finally, I want to say that preventing unintended pregnancy does not simply take care of itself. In this instance, it requires a low-cost investment in basic information and services that yields returns many
Thank you,
times
ma'am.
over in public health dollars
Ma'am,
and quality of life.
thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is John Davidson. I'm the pastor at Living Water Bible Church at 460 Wood Street in Muskegon. And first, again, I just want to thank you for scheduling this meeting and your willingness to hear all opinions on the matter. I can speak for myself only today, and just want to say that I've increasingly lost faith in our elected officials' willingness to govern with equity, with fairness, and not just on a local level, but on a national level as well. And in part, this loss of faith has been due to the types of crony favoritism deals that Planned Parenthood is receiving. And I want to just encourage all of you that even though many of you may not have been on the board that approved this the first time around, I just want to encourage all of you that you have a chance to return equity, fairness, remove favoritism from the public sphere, and treat all people in all businesses in Muskegon County the same, and not fall into the crony sweetheart deals that we see on local and national level. I hope that you do this and take the proper steps to use the space for county purposes, which is what it's intended for. And I am asking just today that the board not do anything out of the ordinary, so to speak, but just to do things that are proper, that are right, and that are equitable, and terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. And that's the decision that's before you today. I don't envy your position, but I do encourage you to take this good faith measure so that the good people of Muskegon County can see a good faith foot forward, that you will look at all peoples in all organizations with fairness. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Shar Bortman, 5550 Henry Street. I support the resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Danielle Olson, 6398 Ryerson Road. I keep hearing about discrimination, and I keep hearing about access to health care. But those individuals who were aborted did not get equal health care. I'm here today in support of the termination of the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Doreen Hammond. I live at 1063 West Larch Avenue. I support Kathy Moore. It's a good business decision to keep our money in the health department where it needs to be. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Andrea Stepanski. I live at 4924 Airline, and I support Kathy Moore because the Muskegon County Health Department loses credibility by partnering with a highly controversial political organization like Planned Parenthood. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I'm sure he takes more than two. We're going to need a slip for him.
My name is Jim Talent, 621 Porter Road in Norton Shores. I support the proposal to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. We're fortunate to have a very competent and capable Director of Public Health Services. I believe we need to empower her to do her job. She's actively and proactively gone out, seen how best to use her space. She sees she's under-spaced. She needs that space back. I think you need to empower her, get that space back to her. Planned Parenthood, I heard a few comments that sound like we're trying to run them out of the county. That's not the case at all. We're trying to gain the county building back so that the county can use that space. Planned Parenthood can set up anywhere in the county and still service us. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Monica Talent. I live at 621 Porter Road. I'm in favor of Kathy Moore's proposal to expand her facilities. I'm also a registered nurse, and I value the HIPAA and the cleanliness, privacy things that people need to have. And I would be asking you today to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. I'm also a mother of 9 and 22 grandchildren. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Nick Sunquist. I live at 2849 Brunswick Road in Blue Lake Township. I think this is a perfect example of why governments ought to be involved in trying to help people. We have all this contentiousness. Now, the people that think that Planned Parenthood is doing a good and noble thing, and they may be. Talk to plenty of earnest people out in the hallway that we're talking about the wonderful things that they're doing for people. However, in the news, if you pay any attention to it at all, you can understand why conscientious taxpayers might not want their money to go to these sorts of things. And if the people that believe that Planned Parenthood is doing good and noble things, paid for it themselves, may still have an objection to abortions, but helping the downtrodden is something that organizations do all the time, and they don't do it on the taxpayer dime most of the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sofia Piotrowski. My address 2667 Shetler Road. I live in Muskegon. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. The children are the gifts of God, and we must support them, not to kill them. Please do and take them out from here and make this country be great again. May God be praised.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Mary McCullough, 10931 Laketon Avenue. I support Kathy Moore's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood for all the reasons everybody else wanted to terminate that lease. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Excuse me, I am Susie Koppel, and I live at the Terrace Flats, and I'm a former crisis pregnancy counselor. And I would like to say nobody cares more about babies and the unborn babies and the mothers than Muskegon Crisis Pregnancy Center and their needs. I worked for 10 years, and I just want to make that clear, and I'll just say this, and this is the week, and this is the time for victory for our Lord.
Hmm. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. This way.
Hi, my name is Joy Nelson, 810 North Green Creek Road, and I am here to voice my support for Kathy Moore. She does a fabulous job, and she needs more space. From my viewpoint, this is a lease agreement, and I know other people have other concerns, but she deserves to be heard.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Bruce Nelson, 810 North Green Creek, Muskegon. I just here to support the resolution to terminate the preferential lease given to Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Dennis Chandonette. I live at 1450 Garrison. I support Kathy Moore's recommendation to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease from the County Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I am Marilyn Chandonette, 1450 Garrison. I support Kathy Moore and her recommendation to terminate the lease of Planned Parenthood. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Brenda Fry. I'm from 4280 South Quarter Line Road. Oh, I'm nervous. I do support Kathy Moore to terminate the lease, but not just that. I am adopted. My mother could have aborted me, but she chose not to. There's an alternative way, which is called adoption, and I believe that there is high education to educate young people. I also volunteer for abstinence program. Education for young people are very, very important. Not just that, I believe that, I just wanted to read Psalms 39, verse 33, and this is so important to me because I was adopted. For you formed my inward parts, you knitted me together in my mother's womb. I praise you, for I am fearfully and wonderfully made. Wonderful are your works. My soul knows it very well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jolynn Harmon, and I live on Lake Avenue, and I am for you evicting Planned Parenthood from the building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Ron Harmon, and I live at 2411 Lake Avenue. And I support the
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please?
Pardon?
Speak into the mic, please.
I support Muskegon's health department, and I don't think we need Planned Parenthood.
A point of order. Commissioner Foster, can we have that mic looked at? Is it working correctly?
Sir, would you give us 1 second? You can repeat your statement, sir,
Yep.
if you want.
Sir, go back.
You can go back to the podium if you want and repeat. We could not hear you. Yeah.
My name is Ronald
Hang on, sir,
Harmon.
1 second. He's going to make sure the mic's working.
He's got a soft voice. Okay. My name is Ron Harmon. My name is Ron Harmon, 2411 Lake Avenue, and I support the Muskegon Health Department. I don't believe we need Planned Parenthood because they do a good job. Our health department here does, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Rachel King, and I live at 2849 Whitehall Road, and I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'd like to thank the board for this opportunity to support the director of the health department, and I hope that you will support her also and rescind the lease for Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Deborah Schmelar, 1582 West Harbor Town Circle. I support the resolution to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Jim Maxwell. I live on Hall Road.
Into the mic, please, sir.
A little closer, sir.
I'm
Thank
Jim
you.
Maxwell. I live on Hall Road in Muskegon. I do not support Planned Parenthood's cheap lease. In 2017, Planned Parenthood was responsible for over 330,000 abortions in the country. That's 35% of all the abortions. They're not aborting snakes and spiders, they're aborting babies who in 24 days they have a heartbeat, in 35 days the brain's starting to form, in 8 weeks they have a fully formed baby, miniature baby in the womb. The women's rights group fly under that flag of women's right to choose. They don't mention the baby's right to live. They don't tell us about the number of babies that survive abortions that are either scarred or emotionally scarred for life, growing up with the fact that their parents tried to get them killed. They don't tell us about a large percentage of women who regret having the abortion. They talk about incest and incest and rape and incest. The problem is that that's only 2% of all the abortions, maybe 5% if you include physiological damage. When a man and a woman get together and she becomes pregnant, if they choose abortion, rather than spend 9 months out of the year and have it adopted, they'll very selfishly choose abortion. We live about 75 or 80 years. 9 months means nothing in that time period.
Thank you, sir. Sir, your time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. Read your Bible.
My name is Kelly Powell. I live at 2336 Shetler Road, and I'm here to support Kathy Moore and her request to evict Planned Parenthood from our county building. I feel county business should be in the county building. Thank you very much, Commissioners, for all your listening ears today.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Rebecca Postma, and I'm here to support Kathy Moore's termination of the lease of Planned Parenthood. Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Sean Campbell. I live on 1 Spring Street, apartment 3. All laws come from somebody's morality. That is the very nature of a law-giving process, regardless of the concept. That is the very nature of law. With that in mind, I support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim space used by leased to Planned Parenthood. I support their eviction to ensure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations by the health department. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
I'm asking the county to give Kathy Moore the space that the health department needs to provide the wide array of services that a health department does provide. And along those lines, if I could mention about a quarter of the services they provide, which I guess I can't do because I just lost it.
Sir, we need your name and address.
Oh, Daniel P. Newman, 280 Catherine.
This way, sir.
My name is Mark Carlson, 1828 West Bard. I'm in support for Kathy Moore to evict Planned Parenthood. The reason being the STD rate in Muskegon has dramatically increased, and the health department is by far suited with many more services to be able to address this problem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Tatum Smiley. I live at 5651 Henry Street. I did not have an abortion because of Planned Parenthood. I'm 37 years old. This is my daughter. She's 7 months old. Her name is Taylor. She is here today because I was able to plan my pregnancy when I wanted to have her. I did not become a teen mom because of services like Planned Parenthood. I did not drop out of college because of services like Planned Parenthood. And I am now happily married, so she will grow up in a two-parent household because of services like Planned Parenthood. It is very important for this community that you continue to offer women's health services for people who are uninsured or can't get their insurance through a regular doctor. Planned Parenthood in Muskegon does not perform abortions. But if I had become pregnant in high school, I may have had one. If I had become pregnant in college, I may have dropped out. I own a small business in this community because of services like Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Peggy Jensen. I live at 1710 Beach Street. I've been a supporter of Planned Parenthood. Well, I went on the board in 1972, but I was supporting it before then. I've been a board member, a patient, and our foundations provided funding for male, what's the word? What's the word? Vasectomies. Yes.
One of those things.
And when we had a doctor who would perform them, it all went through Planned Parenthood. The thing is that you talk about kicking them out. Well, and it is such a sweetheart deal, but they do get $1,600 a year that they wouldn't be getting otherwise. They have a very competent, trained staff that provides wonderful services for all of the women and men who come there. And it just seems financially and morally improper to do away with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Nancy Crandall,
Ma'am,
3981
yellow
Norton
slip.
Hills Road in Norton Shores. I'm here today to ask you to consider carefully the recommendation to end the Health Department contract with Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood and the services provided are public health. And they are provided by a respected, capable organization to more than 1,500 people in our community who cannot access that care elsewhere or who prefer Planned Parenthood as their provider. I'm told that space is the issue here, but feel that with more effort, space can be found so that these services are not interrupted. Planned Parenthood does not have resources to lease or modify space elsewhere, and the arrangement with the Health Department has worked well for the community for many years. If the issue is to be rid of Planned Parenthood in this community, it should be stated as such, not done by a hidden agenda. And this would be a very costly thing to do to the clients served and to our community. When health statistics for this county are reviewed, it's very apparent that the services provided by Planned Parenthood are critical to the well-being of so many. Please don't take away this option from those who use this organization for their health care needs.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Christy Clark at 3735 Norton Hills Road. Family planning should be a common goal of both sides of this situation. This is about access to affordable health care as stipulated by Title X. Without Planned Parenthood in this downtown clinic, women with no insurance will not have access to low-cost or no-cost birth control. This will be a tremendous burden to the over 1,500 people who have visited this clinic last year. Please think of these women and do not terminate Planned Parenthood's contract with the County Health Department, and do not evict Planned Parenthood from this lease space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Katrina Olson. I've been a physician in this community for 30 years, and I have patients who have sex, and they don't always they're not always smart
Speak
about
into the
how
mic,
they-
please.
They're not always smart about how they have sex, and often need the services of a place like Planned Parenthood. They go there because they don't know where else to go. It's affordable, they get good health care, they get education, they get advice, and they end up planning their pregnancies as opposed to the alternatives. I think the job of commissioners is to decide what provides value to our community and not to legislate the whole the right to life versus choice debate. I think that this decision should be about how best to use the space in our Muskegon County buildings, and I think Planned Parenthood is an excellent place to put our resources.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Leslie Newman. I live at 111 West Ann Street in Spring Lake. I stand with Planned Parenthood and have for over 60 years. I stand for the right of women to reproductive health and free and low-cost reproductive health is guaranteed by the Affordable Care Act. This is not a religious or secular issue. It saddens me that it has become a political issue. This is a woman's issue and the right for her to control her own fertility. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Violet Stemple. I live at 6655 Poppy Way, Twin Lake, and I'm here today to voice my support to the termination of the lease with Planned Parenthood. And I hope that you take this really to heart. And $1,600 a year,
Speak into the mic, please.
our tax dollars are important, and this is not just a woman's aspect. I think it's wise to be able to use what we have to the best ability. Thank you.
Commissioner Foster, can I make a point about?
Yes, Commissioner.
So if you were planning to speak, we can't hear you unless you clearly speak into the microphone.
So yes, ma'am, I did hear you fine, thank you. But ma'am, since you're at the mic, it's been suggested that you pass the mic to the next person instead of trying to lean into it.
Okay.
You have to take it right out. Some of you are taller and some of you are shorter.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm Gwen Foss I live at 700 Ruddiman Drive, North Muskegon. And I would first like to say that the pastor from the Living Water Church expressed equity in terms of finance. I think we need to be thinking in terms of people instead, and that's what's really important, and I wish that would be the message today. I also think it's important that all of you look at some of the references that were made today because some of them are erroneous. Margaret Sanger's information about the founder was not factual, so I would encourage you to look at some of the factual information. So I attended the Maternal Infant Health Summit in East Lansing in March. And it's really unconscionable to think that Muskegon would close this clinic. Our country has a high infant and maternal mortality rate, higher than most any other developed countries, and these services are needed to prevent that. There is a Mother-Infant Health Equity Improvement Plan that has been generated by a strategy group to address Michigan's dismal rating for maternal and infant mortality, plus the disparity that people of color have a much higher rate of infant and maternal mortality. Closing the Muskegon Clinic would be one way of critically undermining the efforts to make this improvement, and to disregard some of the simpler functions of the clinic, birth control, spacing children to give them a better chance at life, all of the screening, the infection control, all of this would just be horrible for a population that doesn't have other potential ways of getting those services that they have access to. I am a nurse. I understand very much HIPAA. I also understand infection control through cleanliness. That is not the issue here. We need to make sure we can provide care. I also am pro-life in the most important way.
Ma'am, thank you.
My name is Donna Lockneat. I live at 458 Ranch Drive. I'm a retired medical social worker who strongly supports Planned Parenthood as one of our county's crucial health care providers for 1,500 of our most vulnerable, mostly low-income residents. Given Muskegon County's continuing problems of high rates of sexually transmitted infections and teen pregnancy rates, anyone who cares about these public health problems would not take action that reduces or eliminates services. Forcing Planned Parenthood out of its current location precipitously would have a huge negative long-term impact on the health of this community. I'm asking the county commissioners to carefully assess the building needs of the Public Health Department, as well as the capabilities of other existing programs to deal with STIs and teen pregnancy before making a decision to evict Planned Parenthood and terminate a contract that channels Title X money to Muskegon County only through Planned Parenthood. You county commissioners will be dealing with these questions responsibly only if you research this eviction proposal more carefully, basing your decision on real numbers rather than responding to the anti-choice religious views that seem to be driving the current discussion. I hope your further research will find that minor remodeling or clinic scheduling changes will allow both the Public Health Department and Planned Parenthood to improve the treatment of STIs and teen pregnancy in Muskegon County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Scott Lockneat, who lives at the same address that she does, and obviously, as usual, she's given my speech for me. But I did practice medicine in this community for over 30 years, and although I was not involved in reproductive health directly, I served 2 terms as chief of medical staff at Hackley Hospital, and I was on the Hackley board for over a decade, so I'm acquainted with the issues and the problems of health care delivery in our community. Muskegon County ranks 80th out of 83 counties in Michigan in terms of overall health assessment and risks. And I think if you look at the numbers of sexually transmitted infections and teenage pregnancy, we're almost double the average rates in the rest of the state. I think that the variety of opinions that have been expressed here certainly illustrate the complexity of this issue. And I think it would be unfortunate if the board precipitously made a decision about how this should be handled, because although it seems like a simple issue, it has major implications for healthcare delivery in our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Barbara Klingenmeyer. I live at 148 Campus Avenue. I'm here representing Kathy Humphrey, who had a last-minute family medical emergency and was not able to be here. Wanted me to address the issues that she prepared, the paper she prepared. She's a former CEO of Planned Parenthood of West and Northern Michigan and a current board member of Planned Parenthood Advocates of Michigan. Planned Parenthood has been a committed health care partner in Muskegon for the last 50 years, providing quality, affordable, sometimes life-saving health care to the women, men, and young people of this community. For many, Planned Parenthood is their sole source of health care and their only link to the health care community. Contrary to what was stated last week, Planned Parenthood is a nonprofit organization. It is committed to ensuring access to essential services to those in need, regardless of their ability to pay, and is able to do this in large part because of the Title X grant it receives, the affordable space that the Health Department has made available through contract, and the generosity of its donors and supporters. Abortion is an emotional issue about which people of goodwill may passionately disagree. Regardless of one's position about abortion, I believe that we all would like to reduce the need for abortion. Planned Parenthood plays a key role in helping to achieve that goal. According to the latest available data, abortion rates are the lowest they have been since abortion was legalized in 1973. As you deliberate the important decision before you, I urge you to consider the short and long-term consequences of this decision on our community and its people and the following variables: community health, indicators, and need. The fact that we do not know at this point whether Planned Parenthood would be able to continue to provide care in Muskegon if it were evicted from the Health Department, and that it is willing to work together with the Health Department and others to find a solution to the current challenge that meets the needs of all involved. Whether, if Planned Parenthood is not able to continue to provide services in Muskegon, there are other providers available who will be able to provide a comparable quality and range of services to a similar number of people at a low or no cost to the patients.
Ma'am, thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris McQuiggan. I live at 610 Ray in John Snyder's district. I've worked a lot on creating a better Muskegon with so many people in this room, and I learned in that process that the way to do it is not to attack things, but to build on assets. I consider Planned Parenthood, and from my experience, it's not just opinion, it's fact, to be an asset in this community. It goes back many, many years before abortion was legal and has continued to this day. I was a patient of Planned Parenthood throughout my childbearing years. I celebrated with their nurse practitioners, with every positive pregnancy test. We have to say the truth in opposition to the vilification that is in the air. And it's national, it's not just Muskegon. The truth is Planned Parenthood provides high quality reproductive health care and in Muskegon, and they provide abortions in other places elsewhere. For this clinic, it has been a huge asset. And I implore my commissioner especially to vote no on terminating the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Father Matt Barnum. My address is 239 West Clay Avenue, Muskegon, Michigan, 49440. And I'm in support of terminating the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. And that's it. The other thing I just wanted to say is, I think a lot of people that all got here early that are sitting down got here really early, regardless of which side you're on, because you wanted to talk. And I don't think it's really clear insofar as who gets to get up and get in line. I'm young, but I know that there are a lot of older people here that might that would appreciate that. I didn't mean that in a mean way. I'm sorry.
You better step out of that.
Ma'am? Ma'am, before you start talking, I've been indicated by one of our commissioners she's going to wish to take a few-minute break. So we're going to take about 3 minutes so everybody can stand up and stretch. Stay right in line, keep everything the way it is.
That's typical restrooms for women. There isn't enough spots.
All yours. Well, I mentioned Kate Muskegon as a lawyer. I'm the one who interviewed her.
renovate it and
Part of the problem of being in business, you gotta make it viable. When I talk to you know, you can sit back and get all kinds of things and everything else, but it can be very comfortable. But if it's a business proposition, you gotta make it viable, you gotta do it so that it is viable. Let's see, where are we at? We're still doing.
all right, so what did you say about strategies? Like what you want this for us to say us?
Well, John is saying is, that's not.
Well, if the motion is to delay it, then it's 4 to 4, and the prevails to be delayed. If the motion is to, so I don't know where your votes are, but custodial only have 8 here.
You're welcome. One thing we agree on.
Yeah. Location that's convenient.
She's such a fine person. And I forgot about her being on. Take coffee if you got it.
Go ahead, sorry.
Bless her heart. It's rough.
If she asks for the floor, we'll give her the floor.
Election next year.
So what do you think,
It's
Joe?
gonna be controversial because they've been giving a mandate.
We're going to call the meeting back to order.
Guys delayed it and said, you know, so they perpetuate.
Give it a minute, ma'am, and you may speak.
I'm good.
My name is Penelope Kohler. I live at 3602 Hay Meadow Avenue in Ravenna, and I support Kathy Moore's resolution to curtail the lease with Planned Parenthood in the county building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Virginia Greenlee from Ashley Lane. I am a board-certified naturopathic doctor and an occupational therapist of over 25 years. I support terminating Planned Parenthood's lease in the same building with the Muskegon County Health Department, which needs space to expand their services to promote more positive health, not death, which statistically, for Planned Parenthood, it means 911 abortions are performed each day in America. I have ultrasound photos of my daughter, Amy, when she was at 24 weeks. At 24 weeks, my son was able to speak through my belly and speak to her because we've been speaking to her all along. She raised her hand as if to wave hello, such that the technician even wrote it here on the ultrasound, saying, waving at Zion, our son. Our son himself, when he was born, he was able to be calmed by his father with my husband's reassuring voice. Nobody can tell me kids do not understand life when they're in the womb. 24 weeks is pretty young. I want to give the Public Health Department more positive support and space to terminate the negative and conflicting association with Planned Parenthood because this is a wise business decision long overdue. Terminate the lease agreement today and don't be bribed by any amount of money
and support the Public Health Department to be the recipient of Title X funds, rather than a nonprofit profiting company with this additionally needed space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. My name is Debbie Null, and I live at 605 Lakeshore Boulevard, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight and to hear. I support Kathy Moore's request and recommendations to reclaim the clinical space in her own building, ending the lease to Planned Parenthood. Kathy, as your director of Muskegon County Public Health Department, has expressed that this solution would allow her team the needed expansion to improve the health department's medical services. Some of the key advancements she had stated in the space are to improve STD testing and treatment at the Muskegon County building, which, as a reminder, that Muskegon County is the third in the state for STDs, and we need additional testing locations. To become HIPAA compliant, which is a federal law and is very important. My understanding is that there's going to be an additional Title X provider, that it was in the works, and that would actually give us 4 locations. I just want you to know, we are part of, we've got some medical health partners in our community that I'm very proud of to be part of that as far as the health department as well. And I know that the Muskegon Family Care and Hackley Community Care are locations where they offer reproductive health in a sliding scale. There would be 4 then locations with Planned Parenthood moving out, possibly having those locations. The other thing is to provide better quality for low-income citizens in our community and to save the county money and better use of our tax dollars. This is a win-win business and health quality decision all around. As Director of Muskegon Pregnancy Services, that is my position, we are part of a team of local community health partners. We have worked alongside the Public Health Department in many health initiatives, and they have proven quality
ma'am.
care.
Thank you.
And I just thank you.
You can just hand a mic to the next lady.
Hi, my name is Roberta Dress. I live at 1295 Whitehall Road in Unit 27. And just to say that having been a former employee of the health department, I know that it's tight with space over there, and we need to provide mandated programs, and when you don't have the space to provide them, it can be a problem. So I do support Kathy Moore's recommendation to reclaim the space that is now occupied by Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Janet Bowen Bates, 2157 South Manitou Circle. I support Kathy Moore's request to terminate the lease of Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Judy Chiriboga, 2412 Hathaway Court, Muskegon County, and I'm here to say that I also support Kathy Moore in all of her efforts, and in particular with against the Title X proposition that's out now. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a reminder to leave your yellow slips there or at the clerk's desk. Thank you.
My name is Carolyn Bickmeyer, 3002 Westland Road, and I support also the eviction of Planned Parenthood. A lot of people are not aware, but Planned Parenthood makes a lot of money. I found that out trying to make investments that are not in Planned Parenthood. They are a money-making operation, and the government is paying for these babies who are being aborted. Every life is precious.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Loretta Seifert, and I live at 1600 Hendrick Road, and I'm here to vote to terminate Planned Parenthood from renewing their lease at our Muskegon County Health Department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Tom Seifert, 1600 Hendricks Road. I support the right to life also in what they're doing. And to prove it, I put my money where my mouth is for the last quite a few years. And on a sad point, we have experienced abortions in our family, not under my wife Loretta or my control, but we experienced it, and we have seen what happened when they went through this. And this has been over the last, I'm just guessing, around 14, 15 years that all this has happened. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Pastor Mark Gilson. My address is 6923 Wintergreen in Fruitport. And I'm going to speak to this from a little bit different angle, and that is, as a pastor for many years, I've seen a lot. And I've helped and I've walked alongside people who've been through a lot, including recently a young lady who had an abortion because her boyfriend forced her to. And this is a long-term care that I do for emotional and spiritual well-being for people. And it seems contrary to me that the health department and Planned Parenthood are in the same place. It seems like there might be a conflict of interest, and I believe in privacy and confidentiality, and I don't think the situation as it is today sets us up for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Hannah Estelle, and I live at 1935 Angler Court, and I'm here to show my support to Kathy Moore in terminating the lease against Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am, before you start, I'm going to ask you to uncover, please. We don't wear hats at the Board of Commissioners meetings. Thank you.
My name is Catherine. I'm from 515 Grant Avenue in Grand Haven, and I'm here to show my support with Kathy Moore against the lease with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am. You're fine, sir. You can sit down and talk to us,
Okay,
sir.
I can stand. Hello, my name is Pastor Bill Randall, and I don't see why this meeting is even necessary. You have, commissioners have the responsibility for the use of our buildings and our tax dollars, and our money should be carefully used. And I'm opposed to the Planned Parenthood using county property and confusing people to think that when they come there that this agency is somehow connected with our county health department, and it isn't. And Planned Parenthood had a lovely clinic on Peck Street, and if those who are supporters of Planned Parenthood ought to come up with their own money, if that's where their heart is, and pay for their own facility and not use the county buildings. And so that's one reason I'm asking you not to allow this to continue and not to let Planned Parenthood use any other county properties. And I wanted to say that May 2nd is National Day of Prayer. And our theme this year is love one another as God loves. And God loves the little children. Jesus said, "Let the little children come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven." And he called the little children to him and took them in his arms and blessed them. And so I'm sure he also loves the unborn just as much. And so I'm asking you to make it clear to the public.
Sir, your time is up.
Thank you, and I'm glad I'm
you.
able to speak to you today.
Thank you. There should be room for you, sir.
God bless you all. Have a happy Easter. Christ died and rose again for our salvation.
I'm Josh Deere, Pastor Josh Deere. I'm at 111 First Avenue. I have the great pleasure of working with that gentleman, and I say amen to everything he said. And I strongly support the resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. I think that's in the best interest of Muskegon, and I'm convinced that women's health care needs can be better met in other ways. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Ann Lasser. I live at 3297 Cherokee Trail, Muskegon, Michigan. I am in support of the resolution to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Jean Warren, and I live at 4732 Doug Drive in Whitehall, south of Whitehall, Fruitland Township.
Speak up, please, ma'am.
Ma'am, we can't hear you.
Okay. Is this better?
Yes,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay. I too want to support getting out of the lease for Planned Parenthood. I don't believe that Muskegon needs Planned Parenthood. There are other facilities that help women. Muskegon Pregnancy Services does a wonderful job of caring about people and teaching them to be mothers, and they have free ultrasounds and other services that help people. I can attest to what an abortion does to a person because a relative of my husband's was forced to have an abortion for her third child by her husband, and life was never the same. She was scarred emotionally and physically, and I just want to leave that with you, that it does take a toll. More than just murdering a child, it's also damaging a woman.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Linda Almer Rodriguez, and I'm pro-life. I don't believe in abortion, and I know that Planned Parenthood has been passing out the Ella pill, which to me, at the point of conception, there's a baby there, and that Ella pill is killing that baby, and it is something I can't support. So I am with Kathy Morrison, and I agree the health department can take care of the sex-transmitted diseases, and I don't think we need Planned Parenthood in the county building. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Pat Vorak. I live at 2085 Arbor Avenue, Norton Shores. I am definitely against abortion, and I firmly believe that Planned Parenthood should be evicted from the facility. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Catherine Crone, 1391 Palmer Avenue in Muskegon. I would like to support Kathy Moore and to terminate the Muskegon County lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just a reminder to please re-silence your cell phones. Go ahead, sir. The floor is yours.
I am Alexander Koppel from 316 Morris Avenue at the Terrace Flats. I strongly support the resolution to terminate the lease for Planned Parenthood in our county facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, I'm Ron Hodgman. I live at 2 Revan Mason Avenue, and I support Kathy Moore. I believe the Title X money is better used by the county health department, and that the facilities will be better used by them than Planned Parenthood. Also, I just strongly am against Planned Parenthood using county facilities. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Jones, 4466 Russell Road. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement of Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is a political and controversial organization that does not belong in our county building. I stand with Kathy Moore to reclaim our health department. Please evict Planned Parenthood. This is a good business decision, and please do not table this decision. Thank you, Commissioners, for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Excuse me. Next speaker, Sheriff, could you have them quiet down in the hallway out there, please? Or if you have a deputy out there, just... They're outside right now. The floor is yours, ma'am.
My name is Jill Masty. My address is 4858 Elmwood Street, Norton Shores, Michigan. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department. I cannot separate this from my faith because God is my life and all Christians' life, so I can't separate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Laring, please restrain from talking with residents while people are talking. Thank you. Floor is yours, sir.
My name is John Masti, 4858 Elmwood. I'm requesting that you vote in favor of the HS 190408 request by Kathy Moore, Muskegon County Public Health Director, to provide a written notice of termination of the rental contract agreement with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Lois Flagg, 1240 Logan Road. I support Kathy Moore because HIPAA privacy is the law. The Muskegon County Health Department urgently needs to reclaim the space to become HIPAA and ADA compliant. We need to terminate the lease immediately. And on a side note, I think it's embarrassing for a city of this size to have a health department with only one sink available for sanitary purposes for all of the testing and blood work and so forth. It's downright embarrassing. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Cheryl Tuttle, 1312 McLaughlin Avenue, Muskegon. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate
Ma'am, could you put the speaker? There you
the
go.
lease agreement with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Karen Martin. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Teresa Dalt, 1275 Ione Avenue in Norton Shores, and I'm here to show my support to Kathy Moore and her resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I'm Joseph Dahl from 1275 Ione Avenue in Norton Shores. The decision seems very simple to me. Why are we allowing a non-government entity to reside within a government building? Please evict Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, sir.
Christine Torcott, 1960 Rainier Avenue. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Nicole Barber. I live at 2092 Sampson Avenue in Muskegon. I believe Planned Parenthood is a substandard performing subcontractor for the county. They've been here for 9 years. They've failed to reduce STDs in the county of Muskegon. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease and reclaim that space, which is needed by the staff of the Muskegon County Health Department to perform county mandated services. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Harvey Anderson. I live at 2462 Huron Trail, and I support the Muskegon County Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Frank Petrosky, 2667 Shetler Road, and I'm going to ask you as a board to use something that's not used too much anymore, and that's common sense, and evict Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Betty Sweezer, 620 South Byes Road, and I strongly support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim this space for what we need in this county. And basically, most of those services that are provided by by Planned Parenthood are already covered under other areas within the county. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Anna Christensen. I live at 405 4th Street in Fruitport, and I definitely support Kathy Moore's resolution to suspend and terminate the lease for Planned Parenthood. And thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Jennifer Hernandez, 2680 Ducey Avenue. I'm here to urge this Board of Commissioners to postpone this vote regarding the termination of the rental agreement with Planned Parenthood. First, I want to say shame on some of the commissioners that have made this more political than it needs to be. This is a business matter and it needs to be taken up after much consideration and homework. I'd also like to urge you to postpone this vote till a later date until you have a full board of commissioners, as you are one short today. Lastly, I urge you to postpone this vote until the Health Department provides documented and budgeted plan of expansion. Having worked in the medical field for over a decade, I'm well aware that expansion of offices and services require funding, especially creating a clinic with private rooms and larger workstations for nurses. Stating that there will be no changes in general fund appropriations suggests to me that there may be changes to the Health Department's budget. If these are unplanned changes, I would hope you commissioners know that what those changes are and what the cost will be. If you're unaware of these changes and costs, I would hope that before making such a decision to end this lease, you would request the information. If you're still inclined to take action today and you decide to end the lease of Planned Parenthood and you truly believe this is the best for the residents of Muskegon County, I would request that you give Planned Parenthood more than 90 days notice of termination. Finding a new home and establishing office space and a clinic adequate for the services rendered at Planned Parenthood could take longer than 90 days. I request you give Planned Parenthood until your next fiscal year begins to allow them enough time and to find adequate space for their services, and this will also allow the Health Department time to build an appropriate budget and plan for the expansion of services. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Barnes. My address is 5920 Meadowmore Lane, that's Twin Lake. First thing I'd like to say is thank you to Commissioner Marcia Hovey-Wright and to Commissioner Ken Mahoney for voting not to have this issue come before the full board. I agree with the statements that were just made by Ms. Hernandez. If this is truly a financial concern for the county, the efforts to remove Planned Parenthood from the county building to terminate their contract, this is something that should have come up at the budget. This is not the time to be dealing with this and to try to, as some are saying, evict Planned Parenthood. I also think there's a big concern that there hasn't been any type of documentation or study to indicate what this service change is going to cost the county. Right now, Planned Parenthood provides a number of services that the county has historically refused to provide, has not wanted to provide, and I think there's a concern as to what that increase in cost is going to be to the county and whether or not the county can actually afford that. I've been told that this is meant to be an actual financial savings to the community of Muskegon County and to the citizens of Muskegon County. I anticipate this is going to be an increase, and I think it's a shame that the Board of Commissioners, if you're to vote today, does not have that information in front of you to make a sound and logical decision. So I too request that you adjourn your vote, make sure you have all of the appropriate documentation before you cast that vote, and that you cast it based on data and on numerical value, not on emotions. This is not supposed to be the emotional roller coaster that it's turned into, and it's definitely not supposed to be, as a number of commissioners have put on Facebook, the all-out attack on our citizens that it has in fact become. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kathy Geib. My address is 23847 40th Road in Ravenna. First, I want to say that I support the motion to evict Planned Parenthood from any county building. And I would like to request that you don't table this, that you make a decision tonight. And then I just want to add, I think it's really horrible that Planned Parenthood would be in being such a controversial issue that taxpayer dollars would go towards that and giving them such a deal on a county building anyway, because many of us don't believe in it and our tax dollars are going towards it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. No applause, sir.
Hi, my name is Doug Geib. I live in Ravenna, Michigan on 40th Road. I'm an active member for the Right to Life in Muskegon County. Personally, I have a problem with Muskegon County having anything to do with Planned Parenthood, and I'd like to see us evict them from our Health Department building, and I'm asking you not to postpone this. Put this vote, because I'll be here next week if need be. I was here last week.
Please speak into the mic, sir.
And I'll be here next week if you want to postpone it.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Pastor Marvin Lenore. I live at 4526 Arbutus Court in Muskegon, Michigan. And I want to encourage this board to please evict Planned Parenthood from our county building that the taxpayers have been paying for decades. And this, in my opinion, is wrong. The Bible tells us to bring the little children to Him. And how can we bring the little children to Him if we have an entity that is ending their life before they have an opportunity to come to Christ? Thank you, and God bless you. And I pray that you do not table this matter. You make it an urgent matter, because that's what it is. We've already lost way too many children to this entity. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Fred England. I live at 1276 Adams Avenue in Muskegon. And I agree, we don't need to have them here. It's 3.28 million kids. I mean, come on. We're supposed to be here to get along, not fight it.
Please speak in the mic.
I'm sorry, I thought it was too loud. I just ask that you don't table it. And you remember, when you make a vote, you're going to answer for every one of them with God, not me.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Karen Venord. I live at 308 Far Road, Norton Shores. I agree with the proposal to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood, and please don't table this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Lillian Spite, 5250 McDowell, Norton Shores, and I'm here to support the termination of the lease between Planned Parenthood and the County of Muskegon. I ask that you not table it, and I want to thank the 7 commissioners that did move it out of committee so that we could be here today to speak on it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Chaplain Wesley Spike. I work with the veterans here in Muskegon County. I too support to terminate the Planned Parenthood's lease. I served in Vietnam in 69 and 70 in special operations. And from our standpoint, and I think I speak for many of the veterans and first responders, that veterans fought and died for the right to live.
Thank you, sir.
My name's Lisa Day, and my address is 6361 Scott in Twin Lake. I also support the resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood, and I ask that you do not table it.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Derek Day. I live at 730 Washington, Muskegon, Michigan.
Sir, can you remove your headgear, please?
What's that?
Your headgear,
sorry.
please, sir.
I support the resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Jenny Roach. I live at 1121 Peck Street. When I was 14 years old, my mom took me to Planned Parenthood to have me put on birth control, and I wasn't having sex. My period symptoms were so bad that I had to miss school when I was on my period, and we had heard that being on the birth control pill would help regulate your period, so you wouldn't have those issues anymore. And that's exactly what it did. I didn't have to miss school anymore, and for the next 15 years of my life, I got my reproductive health needs met at Planned Parenthood. I had health insurance that entire time, but it was more affordable for me to get that done at Planned Parenthood than it was to go to the doctor that was covered by my health insurance. I am now 35 years old. I have a bachelor's degree and a law degree, and I am an attorney here in Muskegon. There's no doubt in my mind that I would not be who I am today if it wasn't for Planned Parenthood and all of the care that they provided to me over my life. Planned Parenthood serves some of the most disadvantaged people in our community, and if there is no comparable replacement for Planned Parenthood when they are evicted from this building, those people will have nowhere else to go. They can't afford to go to a different city to get the care that they need. So I would encourage you to at least table this and do a little deeper looking into it and have a better plan in place if you are going to do this, so that those people are not left without the care that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Patrick Finnegan from 3934 Molly Boulevard, Fruitport Township. I would like the lease between Planned Parenthood and Muskegon County Health Department be terminated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, I am Patricia Guire from 3934 Molly Boulevard, and I support the resolution to terminate the lease between Planned Parenthood and Muskegon County. And please don't table the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lydia Haynes. I live at 2365 Becker Road, and I support Kathy Moore in the resolution to terminate the lease agreement for Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Dina Haynes. I live at 2365 Becker Road, and I support the request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Nancy Steer. I live at 4932 Greenfield, Norton Shores. I have two adopted children. They both have brought us a lot of joy. They are now adults and they are doing very well. At the time we adopted our son from India, I became aware of the fact that there were 35 million orphans in India. Why? One reason is because people in that country are too poor and do not have access to family planning. If you squeeze Planned Parenthood out of county offices, there will be women in this county in the same situation. They will have babies, even though they can't afford to raise them. And Muskegon County is already struggling to take care of the people that currently live here. All you have to do is walk into the lobby of Health West, and within 5 minutes, it is very clear that if you are mentally ill in this country, you are in trouble. You're going to have great difficulty getting help. It costs about $100,000 a year to raise, $100,000 to raise a child. And yes, you do subsidize Planned Parenthood's rent a little bit, but it's either you pay now or you're going to pay later. There's already too many people in the world, and that is one of the reasons why we have global warming. Do your part to save the planet. Allow Planned Parenthood to perform the essential services it has provided in this county for the past 45 years.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm going to remind the audience to show respect for everybody speaking. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Margot Haynes, 5150 Brookwood Circle, Montague, Michigan. And I want you to consult your conscience about what lies in the future for Muskegon County, because I think your rush to judgment on this is not supported. You don't have the facts. You just have a lot of emotion from one side and the other. But I'm going to tell you what some of the consequences may be, because when I was about half as old as I am now, I was over 30. I was working on my PhD, a full functioning adult earning money. I had a summer job at University of Michigan where I had to live apart from my husband, and during that time discovered that I was expecting. And I was able to go to Planned Parenthood, but it was far away and I only had a bicycle, and I was worried that I would lose the pregnancy if I had to bike the whole way, but I did. And it was in this little hole near the expressway. But as soon as I was inside, I felt welcomed by people who supported my health. And that's the key thing. We want to support women's health. What I needed to know was how soon I needed to see a doctor, whether I could wait till my fellowship that summer was over and get home to my own doctor and, understand the whole situation and do a pregnancy test. And they were wonderful for me. If at that age I was so sensitive and embarrassed about having to go and do this, even though it was a wanted child, how do you think the whole range of women with whole range of attitudes about being pregnant feel if they have to go to a place where many of the people here would be demonstrating and bullying them as they tried to go in? And you are providing a place where sexual
Ma'am,
health...
your time is up. Thank you.
2 minutes only, sorry.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Chuck Loss. I live at 184 South Michigan Street, and I support Kathy Moore to terminate the contract with Planned Parenthood. We have 20 other agencies here in Muskegon that do the same service that Planned Parenthood is doing, and probably better. So I agree with Kathy, and who should know better than her? She's the Director of Health. So I agree with her. Let's terminate Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Teresa Spars, 2057 East Virginia Drive, and I support Kathy, and I support the Health Department, and I want to support the termination of Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Delray Denio. I live at 3355 Charles Street. Because I believe God created us and He owns our bodies, we don't. I support the termination of Planned Parenthood, the eviction, the termination of their lease, and I support Kathy Moore's agenda. Thank you very much for letting us speak.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Autumn Bloom. My address is 1322 Peck Street. I have been a lifelong resident of Muskegon. As a young woman, I used Planned Parenthood facilities probably before I was 18. They were always kind, they were informative, probably saved me from a pregnancy early in life. Both of my sisters used Planned Parenthood. My one sister used it well into her 30s because you don't have good health care, insurance, it's $200 or $300 to go to the doctor, whereas Planned Parenthood goes according to your income. So even if you have a semi-decent job, it's not going to cost you as much as if you went to a facility where you had to pay more. Planned Parenthood gives you information so you can choose when to have a child and when not to have a child, so you can make an informed decision. They're not baby killers, and whether or not you have a child, whether or not you have an abortion, that is your choice. It is between you and God, not between you and the county. I believe that they should be allowed to stay. I think they do an important job for people who are indigent and need the help. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mary Valentine, 301 Owie Road, Norton Shores, Michigan. First of all, thanks for having this hearing and hearing everyone out. It's quite a long ordeal, so thank you. I would just like to implore you to take the time on this matter to think carefully and get all the accurate information so you can make the best decision possible. Hundreds of people use this service. To yank it out suddenly leaves a hole in our public health services. And you need the time to look at all the pros and cons, get all the accurate information. You cannot possibly get the information you need when people are talking in 2-minute increments and they're just saying the information they know, whether it's accurate or not. You don't know what people are saying it's accurate. You need to research this. So that's what I'm asking you today. If the health department needs more space, let's find a way for them to get the space they need and for Planned Parenthood to find a place to provide the services to the people of this county and have that set up before the service is yanked away. I think that's a reasonable request, and I hope you will do that request. And I hope when you do your research, you do your own independent research and keep religion out of it. We have, my ancestors came here for freedom of religion, and I value that, and I hope that you will take that into consideration as you're making your decision. The most effective way, of course, to prevent abortions is to prevent unplanned pregnancies. And the best place to prevent unplanned pregnancies is by birth control, and that is exactly what Planned Parenthood does. One of my concerns, as well as making a decision that is so fast that it will be detrimental to many of the citizens of our county, is that we'll have an increase in abortions, or we may have an increase in teen pregnancies. And those things lead to a lot of expensive social problems that we don't want to have to deal with. So I really urge you to think this through carefully. I think this is a time for forums so you can hear from people, coffee hours, study groups. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, if your cover is on for medical reasons, you may leave it on, but if it's not, I would ask you to uncover.
It's for medical reasons.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Kate Lilly. My address is 1470 Brucey Avenue in Muskegon, and I'm here to support Planned Parenthood. Myself and many of my friends when I was in college used Planned Parenthood. It was certainly years before I was able to have any sort of decent insurance, and so I used Planned Parenthood. I had one planned pregnancy and one unplanned pregnancy as a result of a rape. And I just find it really sad that when we're talking about Planned Parenthood, we're focused so heavily on abortion. That's not predominantly what Planned Parenthood does. Planned Parenthood offers health care to everyone, male and female, young and old, rich and poor. And so it seems to me like in a world that we live without universal health care, that we need Planned Parenthood services. If it must move out of the county building, I, like many of the other people that spoke before me, hope you give that a lot of thought, and a lot of time, and a lot of planning. And leave the emotion out of it. Because the people that I met in line, bless their hearts, I am a woman of faith too. But when I hear about the millions and millions and millions of live breathing babies that are killed or limb to limb torn apart, it's not the reality. And abortions aren't even performed here in Muskegon. So I think it's beside the point. We're talking about health care. And health care is needed, so needed in Muskegon. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you can pull that mic right out of that stand if you want. There you go.
My name is Susan Willia. I live at 3023 Peck Street in Muskegon Heights. As a younger woman, I used the services of Planned Parenthood. They supported me when I needed health care, so I'm here to support them. And I just want to remind you that in Muskegon, abortions are not performed by Planned Parenthood. They never have been. They perform vital health care for all the people of Muskegon County, not just women, but they provide mammograms, HIV testing, physical exams, sex education, birth control, all kinds of vital services for this county. And for many people in this county, they're the only source of health care. And I sure hope you take that into consideration when you're making this decision that will affect so many lives in this county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for letting us all talk so long. Anyway, my name is Leah Powers. My address is 2961 Far Road in Fruitport. And I'm here to support Kathy Moore and her resolution to terminate the the Planned Parenthood's lease. I'm a nurse, and I was actually at the meeting a week ago, and what I heard from the health department is they really need the space. So I'm not here to say anything about Planned Parenthood other than the health department needs space to have their privacy, HIPAA regulations, private, and get safe immunizations where it's just more space. Apparently they have no space to do everything that they want to do. And that is really what I'm trying to stress, that they need the space. I mean, like, it's in the same building, and Planned Parenthood could go somewhere else. I realize that they don't maybe want to, but it's the health department, and the health department needs the space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Ilana Olson. I live at 3843 Arthur Street. I support Kathy Moore's resolution to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood because I believe that the health department loses credibility by partnering with the highly controversial Planned Parenthood business, which is a private business. And I don't believe that government funding should be used for this business because there are many, many people on both sides of this issue. And as that is so controversial, I think that they should be tending to their own business in their own building. They have plenty of supporters that support what they do, that believe in what they do, and they have wealthy people that support what they do. They should take the donations from them and do their business in their own place and leave the county building for other types of health care, and then they can address the HIPAA issues and that kind of thing without having this private business using their space. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
First of all, my name's T. Hill, and I live in Muskegon. And first of all, I just want to thank you all for sitting through this and listening to all of our voices. Clearly, this is a very important issue to the city. I spoke with a lot of people in line around me who I did not agree with, but we managed to see each other and treat each other respectfully, and so I think I'd like to remind everybody to continue to do that. I stand with Planned Parenthood. I just want to say that the government's job is not to terminate leases because maybe we don't like what somebody does. The government's job is not to take health care away from citizens who have no other place to go. It's a dark day for democracy when the government just ends leases willy-nilly. So, thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
My name is John Carvenin. I live at 2313 Marvin Avenue. And I'd like to thank all the ladies and gentlemen on the council for your service to our county and for making our county a better place. I've only lived here since August, and it's a wonderful place to live. I moved down here to be a pastor of a small church. I'm retired from the United States Air Force, and I'd just like to say that this isn't about the right to life or abortion or any other thing. It's purely an economical question the way I'm looking at it, and maybe I'm oversimplifying it. But for what Planned Parenthood has to pay for the space and the services that they're receiving, they need to be evicted and make it on their own, just like any other private business. And so as you consider these options, I wish you the best. I know you have a hard job ahead of you, so thanks for your service.
Thank you, sir. You can leave the mic right out and just hand it to the gentleman behind you.
I'm Andrew Warber. I'm from 4357 64th Street Southwest, Granville, Michigan. I took a little drive today because I want to support the termination of the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Kristen Chenoweth. I live at 2835 Leaf Court, and I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dennis Jackson. I live at 1220 Brookwood in Norton Shores. I just want to say I support Planned Parenthood and encourage you to vote against the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, thank you so much for hearing everybody today. My name is Kat Jackson. I live at 1220 Brookwood Drive. I'm here to show my support, my unwavering support for Planned Parenthood. I've used Planned Parenthood in the past. I found out I was pregnant with my oldest daughter at Planned Parenthood, and both of my daughters use Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is an amazing agency that provides needed services to women and men. Women deserve to be given all options when they are pregnant. Abortions are not even offered in Muskegon, but I wish they were, because women have the right to choose and have control over their own bodies. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Peggy Van Klompenberg. I live at 8280 Wilson, and I'm in support of Kathy Moore to terminate the Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Crystal Van Klompenberg. I live at 17978 130th Avenue. I support the termination of Planned Parenthood as a mother of 3 beautiful boys, and as someone who has lost a baby, I know what it does to you mentally. I know what it does to you physically. And it's just not, it's not good. So that is why I say terminate it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Elise Elzinga, 81 Hamilton Avenue. I've lived and worked in Muskegon for the last 5 years as a legal service provider. I've worked with many low-income clients who so I've seen the need for Planned Parenthood in this community, and I think even with Planned Parenthood here in this community, we lack resources. So it would be very disservice to our community to see them evicted. And one story I want to say is I had a client that came to me who was pregnant with her second child. She was homeless, she was unemployed, she was in crisis. She did not want an abortion, she did not have an abortion. She had a beautiful baby boy, but she went to Planned Parenthood where she was able to receive pregnancy crisis counseling, which she needed at that time, as well as prenatal care because she was uninsured. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, Ben Evans, 3171 Lakeshore Drive. I feel like a citizen today. I wish we were this vocal about all aspects of our government. This commission's preliminary vote to end our county's lease with Planned Parenthood is misleadingly being attributed to budgetary or spatial concerns. But the fact is this. Now Commissioner Zach Laring's #1 stated goal while campaigning for the seat he now occupies was, I quote, removing Planned Parenthood from the Muskegon County Health Department and our public schools. It is no coincidence that this issue then has found its way onto the docket in this, his first year holding office. It is no coincidence either that Commissioner Laring made a call on his public Facebook page 3 days ago urging every pastor in Muskegon to show up asking for termination of the lease agreement during this comment session. I ask, is that because the pastors are concerned with our county's budget or increased space for STD testing? Make no mistake about it. The question put to this commission today is simple. Are you going to let religious zealotry bully this county out of a vital and necessary community resource? A resource that predominantly supports underserved residents. With respect to the commission, it baffles me that in the year 2019 in Muskegon County, women's reproductive rights are still being contended. I would urge this commission to recognize that this is not the Stone Age and that a vote to remove Planned Parenthood from this community is a vote in direct opposition to social justice, women's rights, and just good sense.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sonia Patterson. I'm from 3680 Enos. I support Kathy Moore's resolution to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood, and I also support District Commissioner Zach Laring in his efforts. I too lost a baby early. I was 16 weeks pregnant. My fetus was 11 weeks, and I knew my baby was a boy. There are other places people can go to get help that aren't funded by our tax dollars. Muskegon Pregnancy Service is one of them. Also, I know that we do have a lot of poor people in Muskegon County, and most of them are on Medicaid and can go see a doctor at a regular facility. Thank you very much for everyone's time and listening.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Janie Paprocki. I live at 11990 Irwin Drive. I support Kathy Moore to evict Planned Parenthood. I believe the health department provides the services that are needed. I do know that Planned Parenthood is a lot about abortion, and I totally disagree with that. I know that Muskegon County doesn't perform abortions, but when you go to Planned Parenthood, they say, do you want an abortion? We can help you find someone to do it. So I'm totally pro-life, and so as my choice, like they say women have a choice, my choice is to not have my tax dollars fund the people who support abortions. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, ma'am. And sir, if you're good with it, I think I'm going to call for a 3 to 5 minute break so everybody can stretch their legs.
So I can go to the restroom.
Thank you.
You've been doing exactly what I've been doing. The problem is
Yeah.
that when they say they got smart, they say Even though they're pro-life, or even though they're pro-life people.
It'd be interesting if there was different things being said, but it's all the same thing.
Can we just go out there and take a vote? How many for, how many against?
No, I'm not. No, he's much older than I. I'm just kidding. He's not. He's better looking than that. I think when I was out.
again, and he said yes. So we sent it to the judge and said, do you want him to serve? And he said yes, he was okay with that. Because if he had stepped down, then it had to be filled by the Democratic person, because you're the Republican in Marvin. So, well, I'm glad you said that. Well, the problem was, I didn't, when I challenged Judge Rupp, he said that he had the right because of the way the law was written. And I said, no, the law says no more than two from the same political party. And I said, as the chief elections officer, I can tell you that no political affiliation is not a party. I didn't want to take them off. He was the chief judge. And, he's the only African American on there. But the second reason why I don't take him off.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. Okay, then why do you think I walked away?
We need to be like you.
Right now, I'm listening to you from here.
Oh, you're going to help him.
No, Charles. You're telling me now.
Oh, thank you. Well, at least I know where it's going. You're not.
You just said what you had to say. You don't get extra minutes.
So they're going to want to
Okay, get out of your way.
I think so. Okay, let's bring the meeting back to order. Sir, as soon as the room is quiet, the floor will be yours.
I'm Pastor Carl Black. I live at 3482 Loyal. I'm here in support of Kathy's resolution. And I'm not here to make a moral or political statement because I think this issue is more pragmatic than that. And frankly, over the years, I've known a lot of good people that have worked at Planned Parenthood. And I'm surprised that they have not taken this opportunity to turn this into a real PR positive by voluntarily giving up that space that the county needs and finding another space of their own. But be that as it may, you are the stewards of the resources of this county. I trust you to make a responsible decision, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Clarice Quant. I live at 10205 Lost Valley Road, Montague. First of all, I want to say that I appreciate the relative civility which has characterized this meeting, especially friends who stood in line with me, who I think disagree with me. No one favors abortion. I presume we all support quality of life for all. Planned Parenthood has wrongly been construed as a proponent of abortion, when in fact it uniquely supports quality of life for the underserved and underinsured. Retracting its lease prematurely in Muskegon County will deprive many needy residents of health care. I am sure that you, as commissioners, are uniquely equipped to separate emotion from fact, and I'm confident that you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can just hand the mic right to the gentleman.
My name is Mark Jacobitz. I live at 1356 Leonard Avenue in Muskegon. I just would like to encourage you to go ahead and evict Planned Parenthood, mostly because I think the health department has their own things that they need to get accomplished in the area filled. So I'd like to have you pursue that instead.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Pat Pearson. I live at 1281 Sarnia Street, and I strongly support the motion to separate Planned Parenthood from the Human Health Services.
Thank you, ma'am. You can come right this way, ma'am.
I'm Pat's husband, and we've been residents of Muskegon for about 20 years.
Please bring the mic up closer, sir.
Okay.
Thank
you. I just wanted to share with you that my feeling is very the same as my wife's. I've been a pastor for many, many years, and I'm a chaplain at Mercy Hospital. And with my Bible background, I feel that it's my responsibility to take the stand and ask you to terminate what's going on, all right? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Allison Walters. I live at 100 Washington. I grew up in Muskegon, and I currently make my life's work in the social work field in Muskegon County. So I'd like to speak from someone that's in the trenches with the same underserved community that both the health department serves as well as Planned Parenthood. What I would like to see, and my greatest hope, is for you as the elected officials, would be not to make a quick and rash decision, but to really look at the facts, look at this county and who would be affected by the eviction of Planned Parenthood. The reason I stand with Planned Parenthood is because I love Muskegon County and I love the residents here. And I want to see us all have the services here that we need. We know that there's a lot of underinsured residents. We know that there are people that there would be a deficit if Planned Parenthood were to leave. I think ideally speaking, if both the health department could get the space and do what they need to do, as well as having a clear-cut plan for Planned Parenthood to remain in this county and serve our citizens, would be ideal. There's been a lot of feelings expressed here, and while I completely respect people's religious beliefs, I do not think it has a part to play in this decision. We need to look at the statistics and the facts about who's actually being helped and the deficit it would be in this community to have that gone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can just hand the mic to the next lady.
My name's Kathy Stroud. I live at 1933 Valley Street in Muskegon. And I just came in to say that I think that Planned Parenthood could find another building so that the county can use that space more wisely. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Wally Reams. I live at 3095 South Riverwood Drive, and I'm also a pastor at Central Assembly of God here in Muskegon, and I am in favor of the resolution to discontinue the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. And I really think that it's important for us to understand, as has been said over and over again, we worked hard as we're listening to all the different comments, not to say the same thing over. But as you've heard different people speak about Planned Parenthood and abortion and what it stands for and things like that, there's all kinds of emotion that comes involved with that. The reason it is because it is an establishment of values. What we value, what's important to us, and what we as American citizens and as residents of Muskegon County should expect is that our tax dollars would go to express the values that we support and that we uphold to. And so we have mixed agreement on that. And so the problem that each of you have as commissioners is that you have a decision to make, both to lead and also to represent those who put you into office. But the challenge is that we are in a divided society. We find ourselves divided over all kinds of things because of preferences. And when you start to look at things that is preference, you choose one person over another, then you basically form greater divisions. When we start to choose and use and give preferential treatment to one particular nonprofit organization to provide services that don't match our values, then we finally are actually continuing to spread the whole divisive type of politics and the culture in which we're all trying to do behind. I love what's been expressed about how we've been able to be civil to each other and such. I want to be friends with everybody here. We're in the business of making people's lives better. But certainly we can't show and continue to show preferential treatment to things that don't match the values of all of the people that are there. And we could certainly make this decision to discontinue this lease and would not show preferential treatment, but would show equal treatment to other organizations who are nonprofit who provide some of the same types of services. These services can be provided. No one's trying to close Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Angela Bush, and I live at 4090 Brayburn Drive. And a couple things. I definitely support Kathy Moore in her termination of the lease. I think it should be used for Muskegon County Health Department and for services them. What I really want to speak about is I've heard so many comments about turning people away and poor people and people in need and how these people are not going to be provided for. And so I have actually wrote down, so I wouldn't forget what I'm saying, we have several community health partners in our county that provide free and low-cost services. We have the health department website, which lists 19 locations for free condoms. 19. Okay, that's not a couple. We also have the Upfront Coalition that says there's 7 locations for free STD testing and treatment. There's also 2 other locations to get free contraception on a sliding scale, Muskegon Family Care and Hackley Family Care. And with the health department applying for Title X, that would be 3 locations other than Planned Parenthood. And I just think that facility should be used for county purposes. Planned Parenthood can find another spot. They will find another spot. No one's closing them down. No one's removing services from the poor. There are many other resources that can be utilized. So that's all, and I hope that gets through to someone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Joe Bush, and I live at 4090 Brayburn in Norton Shores. First of all, I want to thank the commissioners for doing the yeoman's effort and women's effort. You guys are here long after hours, what you're normally here, and I really appreciate all you listening to everybody in this room. I'm here in support of Kathy's proposal to terminate the lease for Planned Parenthood. I spoke to you last week. I would focus primarily on trying to remove the oxygen from the polarization in this room. You have a difficult decision to make, and everybody's on one side or the other to some extent morally. But from a business standpoint, from a pragmatic standpoint, you have a job to do with the resources of the county. We have ongoing HIPAA violations that are detailed by Kathy Moore in her proposal here. Every time there's a vaccination and it's in a cubicle and they have to take health information with other people milling about the room, it's up to a $50,000 fine from the Department of Justice if they decide to pursue that for a HIPAA violation. When I had rabies shots and I had to go into the health department a few years back to do that, happened in the same location. I mentioned to you before, it was quite uncomfortable to sit there and have questions about my private health information with someone sitting in a chair right outside the cubicle that could hear. it's inappropriate. And it's nothing against Planned Parenthood. It's just if you look back at 2010, when they took over the Title 10 services roughly, at that time, our STD levels in Muskegon were already near the top. It has not gone down. It's continued to stay the same or go up. We're either 1, 2, or 3 in chlamydia or gonorrhea every year. And that was the case in 2015 when they took over those services from the health department. So in 4 years since that time, and Ken Kraus at the time identified that was why. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andrea Langlois. I live at 3367 Germain, and I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I am Mary Johnson, and I live at 1811 McLaughlin, and I also support the Muskegon County Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Chris Castle. I live at 1061 Pine Street. I support ending the lease with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Sharon Morris. I live at 707 North Hilton Park Road, and I also approve of the decision to remove Planned Parenthood from the place. And I have come to understand that Planned Parenthood does a lot of positive things that I wasn't even aware of as I talked to the members. However, the one thing that they do is abortions. And that is a concern of mine, because God made us in His image, and He made us fearfully and wonderfully. And those that choose to take lives actually murder those babies. God is grieved, and so am I. But God loves those people and still wants a relationship with them. And I hope that comes to be true.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Janelle Yovino. I live at 18501 on 148th Avenue in Spring Lake, though I lived in Muskegon most of my life. I've been a Planned Parenthood patient on and off since I found myself pregnant at 15. Thanks to them, I was able to easily access the resources I needed to give birth to and raise a healthy girl. They continued to provide me with reproductive health care through adulthood, as I worked as a server and in retail, meaning I had no insurance. After another high-risk pregnancy, this time with twins, one STI screening after a sexual assault, and a septic pregnancy that nearly killed me, I'm still here, thanks to Planned Parenthood. Their services save lives and futures, more than 1,500 this last year in this county alone. To me, that's the definition of pro-life. Yesterday, that now-grown daughter went to Planned Parenthood in her own town for a diagnosis of her debilitating monthly pain. A medical visit that would have cost her at least $700 anywhere else, which she does not have, cost her only $50. Our stories are not unique. My family and I owe a lifetime of debt to Planned Parenthood. I don't know what I would have done without them. And I truly hope current and future generations in this county don't have to find out. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. My name is Faith Groovesbeck. I live at 816 Washington in Muskegon. I have over 20 years of experience in public health. My area of expertise is maternal and child health. I'm currently a master's in public health student at U of M Flint. I'm here before you today because this isn't really about whether or not Planned Parenthood has the Title 10 grant. Historically in Muskegon, no one on their own has been able to maintain the Title 10 grant because the services provided cost more than what the federal government provides. Muskegon County had that grant in 1996. It got turned over to Muskegon General. They then passed it on to Muskegon Family Care, who had to shut down their clinic. And Planned Parenthood, who had a Title 10 grant, they had to shut down their clinic in 2007. In 2009, when we were faced with this issue, I was working at the public health department. I went to Ken and Kathy. I said,
the issue of whether or not family planning services is vital to public health is indisputable, so I'm not even going to go there. But I went to them and I said, this is an emergency. They acted immediately. It was through collaboration that we've been able to maintain Title X services for so long in Muskegon. So without that collaboration, these services will not exist. And that will be to the detriment of our entire population. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Dan, excuse me, Dan Martin Mills, and I live at 1817 Mills Avenue, actually, in North Muskegon. You got quite a crowd today. Anyway, nice job. You know, so I'm here to support Planned Parenthood, and for a lot of reasons. I can't help shaking my head, thinking about that old Peter, Paul, and Mary song, you know, when will they ever learn? We learned this decades ago when we brought in the Planned Parenthood. And so we could see the results, and the results are there, they speak for themselves statistically, and they show, the numbers show, that without Planned Parenthood, the $1 that you would spend on the Planned Parenthood is replaced by $6+ spent on costs revolving around unplanned pregnancies and health care that's provided then through the welfare service or something like that. So just from a business standpoint, you would think people who are responsible for the county's money would be looking at that comparison and think, wow, you know, we really don't have 6 times this amount of money to take care of these health costs. Planned Parenthood seems to be doing it at a bargain rate. Anyway, thanks for letting me speak. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Christy Fagan. I live at 981 Green Creek Road. I stand with Planned Parenthood. At age 16, I was looking for Planned Parenthood, looking for somebody could help me. They were there. I'm so glad they were there, and they still are there.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Ashley Fagan. I live at 981 Green Creek Road. When I was 18, I visited Planned Parenthood. I had experienced what I believed to be a sexual assault, and I didn't know where to go. So my friend took me to Planned Parenthood, and she said, you know, we'll get you checked out, and we'll do what we can. And I was taken care of, and I had people that listened to me, and I felt like I was supported. And I didn't know how to, at that time, I didn't know how to find support somewhere else. And it was an organization that Muskegon had that I was able to feel supported. And I think that, as people have said all day today, if we don't have an organization like that, there are several around Muskegon. Planned Parenthood is something that that needs to be servicing their community, and there's a great need here, and that we have to be able to support the people, and we have underserved, and we have people that need that, and that's, I can't get my words out, so I'm done.
Thank you, ma'am.
Marty Balgoyan, 633 Seminole Road, Norton Shores, Michigan. A quote from the Dalai Lama
Ma'am,
says,
speak into the mic, please.
our goal is to help people every day, and if that does not happen, to at least do no harm. If you take Planned Parenthood out of our health system, you're taking all of your Title X money too. That means you cannot serve the people that can't afford their birth control, their health care. You're going to have a great rise in pregnancies. All of you that are anti-abortion, you're going to have more abortions. These people, young teens, people that are, it's going to explode. The man before me said for every dollar that Planned Parenthood spends, 7 is saved in public health, in welfare, in programs. I would like to challenge you that are the anti-abortion people. Are you willing to open your homes to provide the money that it's going to take care of these children? Are you willing to provide clothing and support families?
Ma'am,
And the
could you
things
address
that
the
it
board,
needs?
not the audience? Thank you.
it's my challenge. I would like to see some positive things happen instead of it's always about abortion. Let's let it be about people.
Thank you, ma'am.
Name is Tom Bessinger, 3412 Scotch Pine Lane. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. The reason I do not stand with Planned Parenthood is according to Dr. Lena Nguyen, their current president. Quote, first, our core mission is providing, protecting, and expanding access to abortion, unquote. But Muskegon County Health Department needs their space to provide service to Muskegon County residents and assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department. I think Commissioner Nash stated it most simply last week at the last meeting. They have our space. We need it. That's it.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Diane Reiths. I live at 1156 North Peterson Road. I stand with Planned Parenthood. I, too, was a person who needed help at one time in my life when I felt very alone and a tragic thing had happened. And Planned Parenthood was there for me. I believe the women in Muskegon County deserve health care and choices regardless of income, race, or religion. I don't know if the county building has run out of space for them. I know that's what we hear. We also hear that this is about abortion and abortion rights. What I feel is that you should pause and not rush into any kind of a decision. If you evict Planned Parenthood, people are saying, okay, there's space for them somewhere else. Is there? I don't know that there is. And I just hope you take the time to help them find another place because I think their services are very valuable. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Paul Reiths. I live at 1156 Peterson Road. I believe that Planned Parenthood provides vital services to those who need it most. I believe that our county should continue to support this program. On a personal note, to those who don't want their tax dollars supporting Planned Parenthood, I would say that I have absolutely no problem with my tax dollars providing police and fire protection to their tax-exempt churches. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Dr. Patricia Grossel. I'm a psychologist and I'm also a certified sex therapist. I started my career working at youth services in Muskegon County, and I worked with high-risk children, and I saw the benefits of Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood is it's a brand name. So kids know where to go when they need help. It's not like, where am I going to go? I don't know. But people know, they're familiar with the name Planned Parenthood. I would urge you to not mix religion and good government. Good government is being fiscally responsible. Now, as I understand, there was no talk with Planned Parenthood that before this happened, that all of a sudden it came before the County Board of Commissioners. Planned Parenthood didn't know anything about that. I think that's highly suspicious and that there is a hidden agenda here. Now, the other thing I'm concerned about is the amount of people that are very vocal and a very vocal minority in our community. Yet there are here because our churches they've handed out these one little slip papers of what to say. And I think that this is something that needs to be a separation of church and state. Planned Parenthood is a vital agency, nonprofit for our community. And it is up to you all to take this very seriously, because a lot of lives depend on this. And to make a sudden decision.
Time, ma'am, thank you.
My name is Katie Gonzalez. I live at 4101 Lotus Lane North. I'm currently getting my master's at Western Michigan University in social work.
I have worked in an abortion clinic, and I am proud to say that. What is happening here has nothing to do with abortion, okay? What is happening here is completely separate. When women came to me in the clinic, we did not give them screenings. We did not give them shots. Yeah, we did provide a pregnancy test. However, I did counsel them on birth control. That is abortion. This is healthcare, quality, good healthcare. I have people who came to me and said, what do I do? I want to keep my pregnancy, but what do I do to prevent? I sent them to nonprofit agencies who could help them because they couldn't afford it. Muskegon County has a lot of African American individuals in it, a lot of black people. This goes beyond that as well. We must reduce white privilege in this county, and we must think about the individuals who go to Planned Parenthood as well. We must not allow men to make decisions for our health care. I am a woman. I have a uterus. I identify as a woman. I went to Planned Parenthood. I got a IUD put in my uterus. Why? Because I wanted to. I could not afford it, but Planned Parenthood was kind and said, we can help you. This is separate from abortion. This needs to be separate, church and state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Emma Wisniewski, 6705 Marvin Road. I am 17 years old. I'm asking you today to separate your ideas of religion and emotion and focus more on who this is affecting. Know that this is for your children, for your grandchildren, for the youth of today, and if you do not provide these opportunities, they will not have them. That's all.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Rachel Cole, address 1372 Ducey Avenue in the lovely city of Muskegon. I am here today not only on my behalf, but on behalf of the 1,500 women in this county who rely on Planned Parenthood's Title X funding for their birth control services. I started going to Planned Parenthood when I was 14. I was treated with nothing but respect, and I was educated on my own sexuality and my sexual health in a way that no other agency in this community could ever do. Planned Parenthood provides a comprehensive service for not only women but also men. I think you guys are definitely jumping the gun. If you go forward and have a vote on this today, obviously there's been a huge public turnout. My mother and I stood in line for 3 hours, but I would stand in line for days to come up and speak to all of you because this is such an important issue. If you vote to evict Planned Parenthood from the Public Health Department, there are going to be people in our community without services, and I do not trust that there is a place where a Planned Parenthood can go in the community, and it would be kind of a disgrace on your part to kick them out without another place to go because there are people in our community who rely on those health services. And shame on Mr. Zach Laring for all your Facebook political stuff. You put it here and you should be ashamed of yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'll remind everybody, please do not mention names or blame anyone in here. The whole thing is respect for everybody, and we're going to give everybody respect. Thank you, ma'am. The floor is yours.
Hello, I'm Pamela Hassett, 4555 Duck Lake Road, and I understand that Planned Parenthood services in the community are no other service has provided the services and the care that Planned Parenthood provides to our most needy citizens. And I urge you to also do your due diligence and give Planned Parenthood time to find new place to have their business, to provide services to our most needy women and men in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Michelle Burley. I live at 6196 South Shore Drive in Whitehall, and I just want to be on record as supporting Planned Parenthood and I've used Planned Parenthood services in the past when I was younger, and I have friends that use them now, and I know that they're a healthcare provider, and also I wouldn't want young people to have to rely on a religious organization, which are most of the community health partners are religious organizations, and there should be a government sponsored organization that provides health care that people can go to. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Jean Hasse. I live at 562 Tournament Circle, and I just wanted to thank all of these brave young women, older women, who have told their stories today. And I sincerely hope that you, as commissioners, will think this through very carefully. And I support Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Deanna McDonald, 1708 Randolph Avenue. I've been a patient of Planned Parenthood for 20 years at 3 different health centers, Muskegon, Grand Rapids, and Kalamazoo. But the Muskegon office is still my favorite place to receive my care. I choose to come home to the Muskegon office because the women there are so kind, helpful, and genuine in their care and willingness to help me have all of my reproductive needs met. They make me feel like I matter. I've relied on Planned Parenthood for quality, crucial health care. When I needed birth control, when I had not 1 but 2 abnormal PAPs and needed further procedures done to protect my health, when I thought I found a lump in my breast, when I was sexually assaulted, when they informed me that because of my age I should change my form of birth control and advised me of my options, and now that I've finally found the love of my life, they're willing to help me navigate family planning as I prepare to start a family of my own in my late 30s. Over the course of 20 years, I've had coverage because Planned Parenthood helped me access it, even though I'm uninsured. I've had a positive experience in Muskegon from the first time I stepped foot in the door at age 18, when they became everything I didn't know I needed. I was struck by the care, concern, and empathy I received. The Planned Parenthood staff made me feel respected and cared for, and provided support to me in ways that I never knew I needed or knew how to ask for. I'm one of 1,500 patients who visited our Muskegon Health Center last year. I need Planned Parenthood because they care for people like me.
Thank you, ma'am. And ma'am, if you're wearing your cover for medical reasons, you may leave it on. Otherwise, I would ask you to uncover, please.
The jacket?
Your hat, ma'am. Thank you.
My name is Marie Lemoyne. I live at 50 West Englewood. Just quick, I support evicting Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Lucy Ebel.
Ma'am, did you already speak?
No.
You did not? Okay, you may.
No.
Thank
No,
you.
my name is Lucy Ebel, and I'm at 13002 Blueberry Lane. I'm a master's prepared registered nurse, and I have over 20 years experience. My first nursing class, which is Nursing 101, taught me that the most important thing to consider when treating patients are privacy, confidentiality, security, and HIPAA. And this is something that the Muskegon County Public Health Department is requesting. And I believe that that Kathy Moore, being also a director of that, and she also has working in that, and a lot of us here that are here, we have no idea what it's like working in a healthcare setting. And me working in a healthcare setting for over 20 years, I have been moved from one office to the next office to the next office to the next office because they needed my space. So I had an office, and then 2 years later they said, we need your office, you got to move over there. So then 5 years later they said, oh, we need your office because we need your space because we want to expand this department or that department. This is very simple. It's a very common sense. It has nothing to do with church and state separation or separation of church and state. You know, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with what does the Muskegon County Public Health Department need? It's as simple as that. We're not talking about religion. We're not talking about the abortions. We're not talking about anything else. All we're talking about, what are the needs of Muskegon County Public Health Department? It is simple as that. So I would urge you that, sure, you can give them time to find
Ma'am,
another place.
ma'am, thank you. Your
Give them
time is up.
time. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Craig Ebel, 13002 Blueberry Lane. I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. Personally, I can't separate my conscience from Planned Parenthood, what they do with the shedding of innocent blood. As long as they shed innocent blood, I can't support it. If they would stop the abortion aspect of Planned Parenthood, and they got a lot of other services, they would get my support and a lot of people's support. Us white Republicans would give you a lot of money, and we got a lot of money.
Respect, people. Please let the person talk.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Andrea Fernley. I live at 2066 Hillside Drive. The second happiest day in my life was 8 weeks long when I saw my son's heartbeat for the first time. I'd had ovarian cancer, and they said I wouldn't be able to conceive. And it was the worst feeling ever, and it all went away that day when I saw his heartbeat for the first time. And Planned Parenthood helped me do that. They've offered services since I was a teenager. They helped me make smart choices. They never offered anything unethical to me. But they supported me. They provided for me. They made me feel safe when I didn't feel safe. And they helped my dreams. I knew I wanted to be a mother, but I knew I didn't want to do it until I'd established a career or till I'd gained an education, and they helped. And they made my dreams come true. And I'm so grateful for that. And I know this meeting isn't for that, but I do think it's important that Muskegon have those services available for women. It's important that we all are able to accomplish our dreams. And at the very least, I think it would be smart to offer a little bit more time to find another location for the services, a safe location. The one downtown isn't my favorite place, but it's well lit, it's secure, and as a woman, I feel safe entering the building. There are other locations that I don't feel safe at, and it's something that we have to think about as a woman, as women, and it's important to consider, and I hope that everyone considers all of those, not just we need more space. It's important. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Carrie Bonema, and my address is 5145 Hillview Drive. And I also support the Muskegon County Health Department's request to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Loretta Peterson, 2416 Valleywood Court, and I would ask the board also to evict the Planned Parenthood. I'm new here in Muskegon for the last 9 months is all, and I'm appalled at the way my tax dollars are going to be spent. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Bill Nordoff. My name, and I live at 2860 Finner Road, and I support the request to terminate the lease at Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Naomi Chandler. I live at 3222 Lincoln Street. I support the eviction of Planned Parenthood, and I do want to say that I am definitely for health care for women, health care for young people, but my heart grieves for the many, I don't even know how many, young women that never were allowed to be adult women or to have that choice even to be women or young people because of Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Tammy Kipen, and I live at 5299 Lamont. And I was at the last meeting, heard Kathy Moore give her reasons why this need came up to evict Planned Parenthood. And those reasons were the high rate of STDs in this county that are not being addressed. That struck a note with me because you continue to not service your community, and you think that Planned Parenthood has the right to take that space. When you have young men and women going in for help for those things, how can you ignore that? That's pretty, that struck me pretty hard. Also, the HIPAA violation. That's been something that for somebody to be behind one curtain and another curtain and another curtain, hearing what's going on for the privacy of the people who are asking for services, who actually are going in to say, I have this need, I have a problem, and now I am afraid people are hearing my private matter. That to me is outrageous. So I am in support of evicting Planned Parenthood from the county. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lois E. Morris. I live at 2524 Sanford Street in Muskegon Heights, Michigan. I am for Planned Parenthood. They have done excellent services. I do not believe they need to be evicted. They should have their services increased. She was talking about STDs. The people in the county have known about the health department STDs, and a lot of them won't even go there, even though they have been exposed to the diseases, and they feel more comfortable going to Planned Parenthood than they do to the county. And so I am for Planned Parenthood. I believe they've done nothing but good, and they do not need to be evicted. The county should find space elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Lori Gasol. I live at 2285 Harrison Avenue in Muskegon, and I'm here today to support Planned Parenthood. This is a difficult decision. Many speakers today have focused on abortion, but it has been pointed out numerous times that abortion is not a service offered at Planned Parenthood in Muskegon County. Therefore, as commissioners, you should not let your personal feelings about abortion influence the decision today about Planned Parenthood in Muskegon. The real issue is about reproductive health and keeping those services available for all the residents in Muskegon County, most especially those that are low income or have no health insurance. This issue seems to be politically motivated by one commissioner to evict Planned Parenthood quickly to fulfill his campaign pledge, with little thought given to how services Planned Parenthood currently offers will continue uninterrupted for the clients in Muskegon County. If it's really just a question of lack of space, as so many have proclaimed today, why can't we find more space for the health department and still keep Planned Parenthood here in Muskegon County's health department? Be creative. Surely there are offices available, there's space available within the county. This issue is too emotional for a quick decision. A thorough assessment of the issue is essential, so the Commission should table this motion to thoughtfully consider all of the consequences that will be incurred if Planned Parenthood is forced to be evicted. Not only the financial, but also the emotional consequences. However, if a decision must be made today, I hope the Commission will not evict Planned Parenthood from the Muskegon County Health Department. I'm very nervous. I usually don't shake this much, but I want to thank you all for your time and listening to all of us today. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name's Gus Barquette, and I've been practicing as an OB-GYN here in town for 35 years. I've probably delivered over 6,000 babies in this community, and I've also been the director of the residency program, which has provided probably half of your OB-GYNs here in the community. I feel there's plenty of room to fit more patients in all of our clinics, and I know that our schedules are not full, so I am not bent on having another Planned Parenthood take up space there. I also feel that it would be better not to have a polarizing agency such as Planned Parenthood or even MPS or Right to Life or anybody else that's polarizing under the banner of the Muskegon County Health Department. I think that causes problems, and I think your time and energies would be spent better elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Joe Gonshur. I'm living on 288 North Mill Island. I'm support the Kathy Morris request to reclaim. Sorry for my language. I have my broke English, but I'm just a support, this sign for sure. Yeah, and also, I like tell you, just is about like tell you, just stop abortion and no more, financing, because that's everybody, ask between us, nobody ask God what think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Erica Petrosky. I live at 2667 Shetler Road, and I stand with Kathy Moore to evict Planned Parenthood from the Muskegon County Health Department. All I'd like to say is that I support men, I support women, I love babies, and I love life. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Bożena Wodzisz. I live 2033 Filano Road.
Can you speak up, please, ma'am? It's very hard to hear you.
My name is Bożena Wodzisz. I live 2033 Filano Road. I'm support Katie Moore, director of the Muskegon County Health Department, to evict Planned Parenthood. We need to close the parenthood because each child, unborn child, needs to live, because you kill the child when you in the womb, It's not proper way like everyone to do it like this, because everyone needs to live. Each of us will have the choice because our parents choose this choice for us to live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Angelica Vodzisz, and I live on 2033 Filano Road, and I support Kathy Moore in evicting Planned Parenthood, and I just wanted to say that we need to be the voice for the voiceless.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Anna Donnell. I live at 861 Holmes Street, and I support Kathy Moore as the director of the Muskegon County Health Department. She wants to expand services and the reclaimed space in her own building to improve quality care. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Lana Brock. I live at 1856 Hendrick Road, and I want to apologize for my phone just going off. It was my pill alarm, and it's not a birth control pill, I can tell you. Sorry. So I really, really do apologize. I didn't realize it was 7 o'clock. I've been here since 2. You've heard it all. I can't think of another word to say except that it's not an abortion issue, it's a space issue, and I think that somehow or other we both need to, everybody needs to take a breath, pause, study the problem, and come up with a solution that will be good for everyone under these circumstances. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Christine Van Dyke, 1045 North Robin Hood. I support Kathy Moore's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair, point of order. We have to get this line cut down because
we're never going to get to our business, and there's people that are coming in from God knows where that we're not here at the first, and we need to cut this off at some time so that we can handle business. This line is continuing to grow, and that is not from people that's been here all day. I want these folks to be able to speak, but they're not going to ever speak if this line does not stop.
Commissioner, under our legal counsel, he's recommending that we continue to listen, and I have to agree with him.
I'm not saying not to listen. What I'm saying is this line outside continues to grow from people that are coming here from elsewhere. These folks have not all spoken yet, and we have to find a way to cut this down.
Would having only Muskegon County residents satisfy that request?
I don't think they're understanding what I'm saying.
How many are out? How many more are out there?
We should have it cut off now because there's no one in back of the line, and then we can have these folks be able to speak. They've been waiting for that line to go down so that they can speak.
Commissioner Foster, I think we need to address legal on this issue. I would hate to have an open meeting violation act.
Sheriff Deputy back there, how many people are left back there?
That's the end of the line.
So,
The gentleman in the plaid shirt is the last one that was in. Everybody else, people that are inside. There's
if
no one
that's,
else coming from the outside.
if that's the last gentleman, we're going to proceed.
No. There is no one
Okay,
else from
after the plaid shirt gentleman, we will let the people from the audience stand up and get in line. I think this is fair for everybody. We said we would let everybody speak. Okay. The people that are in the audience, we will let get behind him, and that will be the end. Commissioner Nash, is that satisfied? Thank you. Commissioner Larry, is that satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Sir, the floor is yours, and as soon as it quiets down, give it 1 second to quiet down. The floor is yours, sir.
Thank you. My name is Donald Cole, 3161 North Riverwood Drive, lifelong county resident. I believe that Kathy Moore has demonstrated good judgment in her many years of public service and that she merits our support in her proposal to evict. I understand that any services that Planned Parenthood states they provide are already being provided by many other agencies in our community, and we can find other less polarizing agencies, as the gentleman ahead of me said. We have no need for
Please speak into the mic, sir.
We have no need of Planned Parenthood services and should not be supporting them with our public funds. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Well, good evening. My name is Rick Rogers. I live at 1516 Leonard, Muskegon, Michigan here. And I'm the pastor of Oakcrest Church of God. And we just, as a church, want to stand together and just say that we want to see Planned Parenthood step away. And I just want to thank you for that time.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, thank you for your time and your service, Board of Commissioners. And good evening, my name is Monique Rogers at 1516 Leonard Avenue. As a pastor's wife for over 24 years, I've had countless women come to me confidentially asking for counseling and prayer from the trauma of a past abortion, most carrying this weight for decades. Some who were wrongly advised or were not given all the information concerning their choices and choices for the unborn child from Planned Parenthood or similar clinics, and now they are left to pick up the pieces the rest of their lives. I would like to suggest that if we allow an agency such as Planned Parenthood to exist in a county building, we should also allow space and availability for an agency such as Muskegon Pregnancy Services to lease at a low cost, just over $100 a month, so women and men can be fully educated on their choices and also given ongoing support if they choose life and emotional support if they choose to terminate life. Therefore, I support the director of our health department and her efforts to be a good steward of the space our county has to serve our county. And also with Dr. Barquette's suggestion that it is polarized and it is about abortion. Let's just face it, this is about abortion. And it's more than that, it's about life. And Planned Parenthood wants to step away from the abortion. That's what it leads to often. When a woman comes in, she's not given all her choices. She's not given an ultrasound. She's not with the understanding of the traumatic effects that most abortions put on women. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
County Commissioners, my name is Jim Riley. I live in Elsa Avenue in Norton Shores. First, I'd like to thank you for your courage in addressing this important issue and allowing us to clarify our support for your earlier vote, 7-2, if I understand correctly, to bring it to the final board, to this final vote today. I'd also like to applaud the County Health Director's request for additional space to be able to provide critically important health services to those in need of Michigan in a county-owned facility. Planned Parenthood will continue to do what Planned Parenthood does, whether they do it in a county-owned facility or they do it in a storefront or office that they purchase and ultimately, one would hope, pay fair rent in Muskegon. But Planned Parenthood should not be allowed to encourage abortion of babies when located in a Muskegon County facility, especially when those facilities, by the very word of the director of the County Health Department, are needed for more worthy endeavors.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name's Steve Warmington, 1524 Lakeshore Drive, Muskegon, Michigan. I can't tell you how envious I am of all of you sitting up there today. This seems so simple to me, I'm sorry to say to everybody here, but this is not a for or against Planned Parenthood issue. This is a business decision only for the taxpayers of our county. Our health department director says our health department needs space. It doesn't make a lot of sense if the health department needs space to move it, that whatever's needed, into a separate building if that space is available. There's space in the building that is where they're at. It should be there so that the service is good service under everybody. Planned Parenthood has been fortunate to have a lease and be in that building for whatever it is, 8 or 9 years and 10 years. And they'll continue, I'm sure, to provide services in this county. But this is the residents of Muskegon County that need space. All of the residents, not a few, for our health department. So this just seems so simple. We vote for the citizens of Muskegon and the taxpayers of Muskegon to give our health department the space it needs to provide us the services we need and deserve. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioners, thank you for your time, your patience, and your sacrifice for providing a forum where the voice of the people can be made known. We live in a nation that desires to hear the voice of the people. And yet there is a voice that has not been spoken for today at a very deep level. There is a book that has been on the bestseller list for the last 50 years that has a quote that says, "Who shall speak for those who have no voice?" As a result of many of the efforts of Planned Parenthood, there are 60 million voices that will never be able to speak in this nation, never be able to serve in the capacity in such a way that they can bless us, who will never be able to make contributions that could revolutionize science, education, or even health. And for me, this is an issue that is far broader than the space that we're talking about. And so I'm thankful for the time that you have provided for us today to make our voices heard. So once again, I stand here to speak for the 60 million voices that will never be heard in this land and ask that you evict Planned Parenthood from this vital space. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Gail Eichhorst. I live at 601 Sumner Avenue, Apartment C, and I support Kathy request for terminating the Planned Parenthood lease for more space. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi. Thank you all for being here so late in the day. My goodness, I expected this to be over within an hour when I got the news that this meeting was happening today. Most of you know me as the public health advocate that's been around since 2005 at the health department. When I started there, there was no Planned Parenthood within 50 miles of Muskegon. I was so happy to see Planned Parenthood come in. This issue of not being able to give them space to operate in a totally legal way is really disturbing to me. And I'm here to support Planned Parenthood and to support the decision by you commissioners and all of us taxpayers that have used the services there. At least 1,500 men and women have used the services of Planned Parenthood in the last year for very good reasons. I want to see it continue. And if it means moving out of the health department, that may be a good option. But we deserve to have a Planned Parenthood service here in Muskegon. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for letting that young lady cut in front of you.
My name is Jonathan Stepanski. I live at 4924 Airline Road, Muskegon, Michigan. And I support Kathy Moore because every service that Planned Parenthood currently provides is already provided by more than 20 other community partners in Muskegon County. They do no good here. They should be shut down and moved out of town. Life is precious and should be protected to the best of our abilities. So I don't think we should support an entity that has any involvement in the act of aborting children. Services other than abortion they may potentially offer could be and should be sought elsewhere. So thank you very
sir.
much.
My name is Pavel Babias, and I live at 2734 Shetler Road. And I support Kathy Moore to evict Planned Parenthood from the Muskegon County building. And the reason for that is that, as you've heard several times today probably, that there's multiple providers in Muskegon County that offer much better service than Planned Parenthood. And I also don't believe Muskegon County's taxpayers should be funding that organization. I think it's sad. When I found out, I had no idea. That was disturbing. So thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank the county commissioners for hearing all of our voices today. My name is Penny Russick. I live at 1585 Glen Avenue. I support Muskegon County Public Health Department's common sense request to reclaim the space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nursing programs and services within the health department, and I ask that you not table this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for hearing all of us today and for all that you do for our local county. My name is Greg Grussick. I live at 1585 Glen, Muskegon, Michigan. I think there's two major problems here today, and one is Mrs. Moore, who is very gallant in her efforts to run a health department, needs space, and she laid that out last week. And I think as a commission that you need to grant that to support her. You hired her. Now let's support our county administrators as they do their jobs. The second problem is, okay, we have, Right to Life. We have all kinds of other, organizations. We have Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, they're passionate about what they do. And I, hearing everything, we're all passionate. You guys are too up there. And Planned Parenthood, if they get evicted if the vote goes in such a direction, which I hope it does, because I think we have to serve our county administrators first and do our job. And then, being passionate, you find a solution. Not you. Planned Parenthood finds a solution. They've had 3 months now to find a solution. I don't know, my son has been in business. He's had to move his business 3 times as the business grew. If he doesn't make that decision, he affects the outcomes of his business on a day-to-day basis. If Planned Parenthood is doing all these great things, which from what I've heard, are amazing, and it's great, because I worked with children for 35 years in this county and in Ottawa County. And we need those services, to help people make better decisions. They can certainly, I saw, Pat McSwiggan was up here, Mrs. McSwiggan. She has certainly, there's funding sources all over this county to provide that space should it be needed. Okay? Anyway, solve the first decision
Sir,
thank by not
Thank you,
tabling
sir.
it,
Your
and then
time
the
is-
second one.
Your time is
Thank
up,
you.
sir. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janine Ferenz. I live at 1455 Princeton Road, Muskegon County. And I do support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim clinical space leased to Planned Parenthood to expand her services to assure safe, confidential, without any HIPAA, and keep everything HIPAA compliant, because I used to work in medical. It's extremely important. There's high fines if it isn't kept compliant, and sanitary operations for all their programs within the health department. Thank you. And thank you for your
ma'am.
time.
Hello. I'd like to thank the commissioners for what they're doing today. My name is Bruce Ferenz, and I live at 1455 Princeton Road. I believe the lease with Planned Parenthood is a bad business deal for the county. I believe the county is losing money on this lease, and I support the Muskegon County Public Health Department's request to terminate the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you guys, all of you, for being here tonight to listen to us. We appreciate it. My name is Carolyn Haichu, and I live at 2670 Todd Road in Whitehall. And I do support Kathy Moore because I know that there are a lot of other agencies. I know that some of the supporters of Planned Parenthood had said they've done great things, and that they would have nothing else, but they do, because there are a lot of other agencies that will help the poor people and will help them to get the services that they need and the services that Planned Parenthood does provide. But I do know, as Planned Parenthood has, we're all aware of Planned Parenthood and what they do. And I believe that abortion is not a part of health care. And this is for health care that we're talking about. So I do believe that we should evict Planned Parenthood. They have billions and billions and billions of dollars to relocate anytime, anywhere, any place. And I don't think it's necessary. If we need the space for true health care, I think we should give that space for that. Thank you so much. And so I do vote to evict Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, ma'am.
I appreciate all you guys being here, and ladies. I was here at 3:15 and the line was way down the street, and I had a chance finally at the end to sit down and a second. I was the teacher at Angel School for 25 years. I was the reading and math teacher, so I had no classroom. And the principal would come up and say, next year, I need your room. You'll have to evacuate that room. I said, no, I'm not going to evacuate my room. No, I didn't say that because he was a principal. What room do you want me to go to? We will find you a room. And I think if the director says we need these rooms, you have an obligation to say, we'll get you the room you need, we'll evacuate and have them terminate the contract. So it was hard to do, but I had to move, and I think they're going to have to too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Commissioners, thanks for holding on just a little bit longer. I've been here since 2. So, I've got a little speech here, a little something. Thank you. My name is Jerry Wildrum, Jr. My address, or I reside at 2171 Monte Avenue. That's the Whitlow's restaurant area. I'm going to put the rest of my speech down because I think I'm going to be a little bit more relevant. When I learned about what was happening here, and I was given a little bit more information about what was going on, I thought I'd check it out myself. When I first found out that it was I know it's paid quarterly, $125 a month, I thought, wow, that's pretty cheap. And then I saw the additional services the county was going to give, building maintenance, all that. Geez, I'm thinking, man, they're getting a sweetheart deal. How long has this been going on? 11 years? We can debate abortion all you want. I'm a Christian. I have feelings about that, but it's not about that. It's about business. The lease agreement should not be, should be terminated. I don't want to say evict. I'm wearing one of those buttons, but eviction sounds a little steep. But Planned Parenthood is a multi-million-dollar corporation. I know they say nonprofit, but that's just a tax status. I think they should find their own space. That's all. Oh, and I saw that thing on the news about how big the cubicle that the health department has, and that the Planned Parenthood gets 3 more rooms. I think it's a no-brainer on a business situation only. Please terminate the lease agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Dorota Gonshur. I live 288 North Milline Road in Muskegon, and I support Kathy Moore for eviction of Planned Parenthood, just because of the services they are doing. Business is business, but what we believe in, it's another story. So we don't want to support abortion. So life is precious for everyone, and we should stand up for what we believe in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. You can just hand the mic to the lady behind you.
Thank you. Hi, I am Teresa Houston, 4845 Somerset Court, and I want to thank you, commissioners, for staying on this long to listen to all of the citizens here. And I support Kathy Moore immensely. As the director of the Muskegon County Health Department, she needs to expand in that space that she's in, and we need to give it to her. We need to allow her to have more room in that space. She does the same things, it sounds like, as Planned Parenthood. And it would be conflicting, I would think, to go into that area and you have a Planned Parenthood and you have a health department. I just don't think, I think it should be one thing. I don't like that it's 2 things. And most buildings run that way. You know, it's one building and this is what it is. You go into a pizza parlor, it's a pizza parlor. You don't have something else in there. HEPA too. I've been in places where I could overhear somebody's medical stuff being spewed out and I didn't like it. And I reported it to them and I told them, I said, I can hear you talking to that person over there about their medical issues on the phone or whatever. And so, I just don't think it's appropriate. Plus, $125 a month, you should have made them pay more. My goodness, where is that money? They're saving some money there, so what are they doing with that money? Are they using it in a good way? Because they're making a profit here. They're making some profit. What are they doing with that profit? I'd like to know. I'd like to see your books and see what are you doing with all that profit, because you only charge $25. Your cost is 25 cents for pregnancy tests, and you're charging them $31. So I want to know, what are you doing with all that extra money that's coming in? You are for profit, and that's it. It's the bottom line. And we want somebody in there.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
My name is Larry Hausman. I live at
4452 Cedar Lane, Northern Shores, and I do support the termination of the leasing agreement. Now, I know we've been told that we can't mention any names, and I won't, but there's a new commissioner here that's been attacked two or three times, and as far as I'm concerned, that commissioner is a breath of fresh air to this whole commission. He stands up for what he believes, and I applaud him. I do not want a penny of my tax dollars, whether directly or indirectly, to go to Planned Parenthood. Not a penny. I don't believe in abortion. I don't believe in the principles of Planned Parenthood, and I don't want to see my money used. Again, I salute our new commissioner.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Paula Ellis, and I live at 322 Byes Road, and I support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim spaces leased to Planned Parenthood and to expand services to the high-risk residents of Muskegon County. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. And sir, would you remove your hat, please?
Hi, my name is Michael Nye. I'm a chaplain. I'm not affiliated with any particular church. They call me the streetwalker, aka Chappie, because I dedicate myself and I walk these streets and I talk to these people that these parenthood people help. And one of their main things is what it comes down to is they're in need of medical. They need the space. They need more opportunities. I've heard, yeah, there's 19 different organizations that offer the same thing as parenthood. I commend you for what you did. However, I do stand opposed. I am pro-life. They say it's not about religion, but I commend you as commissioner for even starting us out with prayer today. You guys are under a lot of stress with that as a nation. We need to help our youth regardless of it. You have the funding, you got to break into it and do it. You'll have to in my opinion, you'll have to relocate. It's about medical. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Sandy G. Glore, and I live at 659A McLaren Street. And I am here in support of Kathy Moore and them taking their department over again instead of Planned Parenthood. I know that from experience, I was raped when I was a teenager, but I had help from Catholic Services. And then later on, my mother wanted me to have an abortion, and I said no. So I know what it's like to be on both sides of that, because I've also lost 6 children. And the one I almost lost my life with. But praise God, I'm still here. And thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Amy Preston, and I live at 1075 Sunset Lane. And I want to let you know today first that I don't have a problem with Planned Parenthood. I've never really had an experience with them, but I do have a problem with my personal tax dollars being used to support a non-governmental agency. It wouldn't matter whether it was Planned Parenthood or the Salvation Army in there. I don't really care. But the fact of the matter is that's not where my tax dollars should be going. If I want to support a private organization, I'll do that, and I'll happily give them money. But I don't expect you to spend the money I give you on a private company. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Josie Rose. I live at 2833 McDermott Street. I had the privilege of knowing Kathy Moore. I worked with her. She's very professional. If she says she needs the space, she needs the space. Give it to her. And I am against, I think you should terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. And I'm going to take it a little bit more personal. I used to work for the county for almost 23 years. Maybe if you would have charged them a lot more rent, I wouldn't have had to take an early retirement. So there.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Rosie Balberty, and I live at 921 East Forest Avenue, Muskegon, and I am for supporting Kathy Morse to terminate the lease agreement because it was a bad business decision as well. And personally, I have moved from one place to another, and I see no problem that Planned Parenthood can do the same. Each and every one of us had to move in either into a smaller or bigger place. Why can't they?
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Stephanie Davidson. I live at 871 East McKinley, and I thank you all for staying so late and giving the people a chance to speak. I've had kids here all day, and it's really cool to see how the government works. And I'm not going to say anything else. I'm sure you've heard it all, but I support to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Melinda Reese-Pego, 6230 3rd Street. I also support Kathy Moore in her resolution to terminate the lease with Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Poppy C.S. Hernandez. I live at 2199 Minor Avenue in Lakeside. And thank you all commissioners for your time and your diligence in listening to all of the citizens who have shown up here and who are surprised by the process of governing. I would love also, someone else said it, come on back, show up, because this is how your elected officials know what's important to you. So I want to say that I have heard so many people stand up here and talk about what they are for. And many of them have used very specific language. And here's what I want to say I'm for. I am for women in Muskegon County having access to Title X services. I am for our county commissioners supporting that. It doesn't matter to me if it's at the county health department or if it's at a separate building, but I am for that happening. And it has been demonstrated that it only happens when it's in our county health department in the last 9 years. No one else has been excited to step up and make sure that Title X services are available for the women and families of Muskegon County. For those of you that don't understand how it works, I'm hoping it's not any of the county commissioners. We are going to pay into Title X. As residents, we are going to pay taxes into Title X whether or not we like it. We're going to do that. What's being up for discussion right now is whether or not we have accesses to the services that are funded by Title X. That's what's up for discussion right now, because we're going to continue to pay into them whether or not we have a Title X service provider. So I too am asking that you please use caution. Put this on pause. Do your due diligence around investigation, because what has also been demonstrated here tonight is that people are happy to say things as if they are facts and expect everyone to accept them as such. And I am pushing you not to do that. And this is not a push against Kathy Moore as our director of our health department. I know she is committed to her work and wants to do well by the people in this county. But it is your jobs as county commissioners to make sure she does that. Thank you.
What she said. My name is Casey Scheibner, 1034 West Mount Garfield. I had a bunch of stuff just like that written down, so I'm just going to go with it's disappointing to me to see the word evict in this language. Planned Parenthood and County Health Muskegon collaborated to provide a service that was missing. And they stepped up when no one else would. So I think it's important to know that the Muskegon County Health Department was inviting us in, at Planned Parenthood in, to do work that everybody else stepped down. So when people step up to treat them in a way that makes them feel like they took a handout, or we expect things that aren't ours. We had closed down almost 3 years. We came back to step up in that position. So keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks so much. Hi, I'm Jim Norton. I am privileged to serve as the Vice President of Development for Planned Parenthood of Michigan. I've been given the impossible task to try to put some of this in perspective and respond, and I've been given the task to do that in 2 minutes. And it's really frustrating to think that we were not invited to speak, Planned Parenthood was not invited to speak at last week's county meeting, this week's county meeting. We were not asked to come in and do a work session for the commissioners. Okay, there's been so much misinformation, half-truths, that I think we could agree on a lot of things if we could have an honest, open conversation. Unfortunately, this setting is not going to allow us to do that. And it's really unfortunate that this is how we chose to debate these issues, because they're important. You know, and I could spend a lot of time talking about some of the shenanigans that got us in this room, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to take the high ground. I want to talk about our patients. Okay, we serve 1,500 people in this community. These are some of the most financially needy in the community. We need to help them. That's what we're here for. We're a safety net healthcare provider. Okay, we have only one goal. We want to maximize the amount of people around the state that have access to basic reproductive health care. Period, full stop. That is our agenda. This has turned into a political circus. And it didn't need to. It just simply did not need to. It's just too bad we couldn't be here today talking about expanding health care rather than shrinking options for people in the community. We've heard about expanding into the space for the health department. What we haven't heard about is them increasing services, just that they need more space to provide their existing services.
Sir, thank you. Your time is up.
I think he should have more time.
No. It's 2 minutes.
I
disagree. Sir,
Point
your
of
Public comment is limited to 2 minutes.
your time is up, sir. Please move on.
Anna Derwin, 1391 West Laketon Avenue, and I support the Muskegon County Health Department request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. The resolution by Kathy Moore, the director, states that she needs space. We aren't talking about abortion. Yeah, you can put that into it if you want, and a lot of people are. This is about the space that this woman needs and her staff needs to accommodate the needs of this county. And I truly support these efforts. She needs the space for the privacy of her clients. Do you all want to go in there if you need her services and have everybody else hear your private information? I don't think so. I really don't. So I'm asking you to please please honor her request. And Planned Parenthood has a lot of money, and they can go elsewhere. It's not a question that they can't be in Muskegon County. It's that they need to go somewhere else so that people can go to the health department and get the services that they need, that Kathy wants to provide, and they could be expanded. So I'm asking you, please do not table this. You've had time. You've already had one vote on it. I don't understand what's so difficult. I truly don't. So make the decision today, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Mitchell Derwin, 1391 West Laketon Avenue. And I want to thank all you congressmen that are being here tonight. And I'm sure you're getting time and a half. I'm in support of terminating the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. I want to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Calvin Dykstra, 16201 Harbor Point Drive. My wife and I have been here since 2 p.m. We've enjoyed it. I stand to support Kathy Moore and the termination of a lease agreement with Planned Parenthood.
Thank you, sir.
I'm the other half of that team. I'm Linda Dykstra. And you know, I wonder if we weren't talking about Planned Parenthood, if we'd have the same turnout. If we had another agency that had rented that, would anybody be here? Perhaps some of you. But what this gave us a chance to do is discuss values. Now there's value in that, because I think it's important for you to hear from your constituency. However, Planned Parenthood is there, but the lease they have, if you look at it, it is an unbelievably inappropriate, from my perspective, lease. So I suggest that we support Kathy and the health department. And I have to tell you, I'm in a profession where confidentiality is extremely important. And to think that we have a health department that does not give confidentiality is almost unbelievable and incomprehensible. We have to get it done, and I suggest very strongly, although I appreciate your being here, that you get it done tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Dolly Rose, and I'm from 196 3rd Avenue, Fruitport. I'll make my comments brief because I've heard so many good arguments today, and it seems that those who support Planned Parenthood have made out like that they're so essential when there are 19 other organizations that do many of the same things that they do. And I have counseled girls who've had abortions years and years ago that are still carrying the burden of what they did. And we need to have more abstinence instruction rather than so much birth control, because birth control does not prevent the STDs. So I would support the termination of Planned Parenthood's lease. And I would ask you not to table this, but make a decision.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Joseph Rose. I live at 196 North 3rd Avenue in Fruitport, and I strongly support the termination of the lease. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm Linda Likens, 8166 Weiler Road, and I really appreciate all you staying here and listening to all of us. I do support Kathy's resolution, and I do ask you that you would evict Planned Parenthood from the county building.
Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Cherie Hutchins, and I live at 262 Maple Court in North Muskegon. And first of all, I want to say I think it's a wonderful testimony to Muskegon County that so many of us
Ma'am, talking to the
showed
mic,
up today
please.
to stand up for what you think is right.
Please speak in the mic.
That is wonderful. And I do support. I do support. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no.
I do support Muskegon County Health Department's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. And I really don't like my tax dollars going to support that, and yours as well. And if you really want to know what Planned Parenthood is all about, I understand that the medical services they provide can be provided elsewhere. There's plenty of places in Muskegon County that can do that. And if you really want to know what Planned Parenthood is all about, I invite every one of you, if you haven't already, go see the movie at the cinema called Unplanned. Your eyes will be open.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, everyone, for staying and allowing us to speak. That's awesome. I appreciate it. First of all, I would like to encourage you to support the person in this room who knows the needs of the Muskegon County Health Department more than anyone else, and that is Kathy Moore. Trust her. She's your director. She knows more than all of us. She sees the day in and day out operations, and she knows what we need. And the fact that we are not HIPAA compliant makes this an immediate need. And frankly, the 90-day notice is very generous, too generous. I feel it should be immediate. So this can't be drawn out. And Planned Parenthood is not our child that we need to hold their hand to find some other place for them and make sure they're good. They're not a government organization. They would love to be. That's why they'd like to be in the county health department to pretend or give the illusion that they're a government organization or backed by our government. It's really appalling. And the fact that we have the most polarizing and politically controversial organization perhaps on the globe. Can you think of a more polarizing organization than Planned Parenthood? Okay, that's our health department. Our people deserve better. We don't need politics. We can do way better just keeping it neutral, and we have no obligation whatsoever to promote or endorse anyone involved with abortion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. No clapping, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name's Pat Vendel. I live at 3826 Applewood Lane, and I appreciate you keeping this going so we all have a chance to speak. I'm really thankful for the documentation that's available on your website. Being able to read the actual request that Kathy wrote was very enlightening. And also being at the meeting last week and hearing the presentation was very helpful. Thank God for that, because coming into this today, you would have thought that we were closing down Planned Parenthood. It was very interesting to hear all the things they've done, and all of that was really good, but that's not at all what's in Kathy's request. And I'm surprised that they're saying, getting into don't talk about religion, and that we should help find another location, and I don't know where all this is coming from. We wouldn't be responsible for doing that for any other business, so it just doesn't make any sense to me at all. But bottom line is I support Kathy Moore. She's the director of our Muskegon County Health Department. She has proven herself a reliable servant to our community, the people of Muskegon. She's there every day. She knows what's going on, and in her department better than any of us. And we need to trust her judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, my name's Jim Vendel, 3826 Applewood Lane, and I'm here to support Kathy Moore in the Health Department. I was at the meeting last week, and she did her proposal, and after her proposal, you all supported her 7-2. That's a week later, nothing's changed, other than a few more people here. And I still support her, and I would hope you would still support her. Show her your support. She knows what she's doing, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hello, my name is Sean Laring, and I live at 9770 Judson Road. Thank you for being here today to vote on this very critical issue. First off, I need to say I am always disappointed when a liar's pants don't catch on fire. And I really just can't stand half-truths either that are presented to sway one's agenda. To me, that's just plain a lie. So for those who say things like family planning should, that there is no other family planning out there except Planned Parenthoods, that's just really not true. Because birth control isn't the only method for family planning. Birth control pills, I should say. There are other methods of family planning, and if you don't know that, maybe you need to just go back to school and take Sex Ed 101. Just saying. So that said, I think we just all need to rethink about what has been presented here with all these other places that do offer other services, and just kind of think about that, and then just look at the facts here, what we're talking about. We're talking about a space. And that the fact is, Kathy Moore can go up for Title X if she needs to. And she can. So let's not, be blind to that. And they can move in 90 days. Let's just face it. And let's get back to, stop supporting charities with our tax dollars. Especially controversial ones like this. We don't need to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
And I support Zach Laring.
Hi, my name is Karen Bednarek, 3302 Arlington, Avenue in Muskegon, the city of Muskegon. And I worked as a school social worker for 37 years, so I'm very familiar with the most challenged and at-risk population of this county and the services that are available. And I never really understood how Planned Parenthood got together with the health department. So I was very thankful to hear Faith talk about how the services for comprehensive reproductive access to services, low and free family planning, birth control, and the professional services that Planned Parenthood provides, and the Title 10 were not being provided, and that's how they got together, because they stepped up after having closed. I went to Planned Parenthood when I was at University of Michigan. I probably, I might not have finished school there. And I came to Planned Parenthood as a trusted place of healthcare when I came to Muskegon. And I always liked having a women-dominated healthcare system where the women understood how I felt. And I don't want to lose that for Muskegon, and I'm just asking you if you would pause and wait until Susie gets back, get more information, and maybe we have all these caring people. You know, I've heard both sides. People care about the children and the families of this county. If we could use all that energy for services for our most needy, that would be a good thing for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Joshua Eldon Brady, 1192 Wood Street, Muskegon, Michigan. There's a whole bunch of misinformation I'd like to correct, but I don't have 20 minutes to do that. I do think it is important to note, I don't speak in opposition to the resolution because I think abortion is a great thing. I recognize that our abortion rate is what it is because we as a society do a poor job supporting families, we do a poor job supporting women, we do a poor job at education, and we do a poor job at contraceptive access. But I want you to think about not what the intent is, but what the effect is. The intent is the health department's asking for space, but the effect, and Planned Parenthood has been very clear on this, if they have to move, they will close. The intent for those who speak, or rather the local affiliate, will close. The intent of many of those who've spoken for that today is to lower abortion rates, but the simple reality is we know the data says the single most effective way to lower abortion rates is through provision of contraceptives and appropriate education. So the effect, if Planned Parenthood closes as a result of having to leave the county building, is not only will STI rates go up as we lose those services, but unless we find replacement for their contraceptive services, and yes, there are other doctors that provide it, but I can tell you there is no other place I can confidently tell people if you want to get contraceptives and not get preached at about why you're asking for them, you can go. There's no other place that I can confidently say that and that people can confidently believe that. And if we lose that, abortion rates don't go down, they go up. That's the effect. It's not about what the intent is, it's about what will happen if we do it. And I'd ask you to keep that in mind as you make the decision. Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
My name is Bill Hutchins. I live at 262 Maple Court, North Muskegon. I support Kathy Moore's request to terminate the lease agreement with Planned Parenthood. And there was a lady that had to leave. Is it okay if I read hers?
It is your 2 minutes, sir. Do as you wish.
Okay, her name is Sandra Arnold. She lives at 761 Carr Road. And she wrote, I support Muskegon County Health Department request to terminate with Planned Parenthood. That's hers.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you so much for your time and attention and giving us this freedom to speak. You know, somehow, I'm Sandra Cross, and my address is 6450 Zeller in Whitehall. somehow it feels like with all the comments that that the vote that you are going to make is to deny Planned Parenthood the right to exist in Muskegon County. On the contrary, that's not what this vote is about. Actually, this vote will free Planned Parenthood to continue their services and grow and expand. While I may not agree with the supporters of Planned Parenthood, I see their passion. And because of their passion, the mission of Planned Parenthood will continue. And it will continue best outside of the space of the health department. I support Kathy Moore in her request.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Pat Camp, and I just want to share something with you. My experience in working with Nancy Waters on 2 or 3 commissions is that when we meet over a meal time, a meal is provided.
Touche.
Thank you, Nancy. So with that, I'm here to support Kathy Moore's request to terminate Planned Parenthood's lease. I am also responding to her request for changing the position that needs to be changed under leadership position, and for her to approve 16 senior millage funding awards for 1 contract amendment. Thank you, Kathy, for your service.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Charlene Hilton. I live at 2330 Marvin Avenue. And I would just like to say that I support Muskegon County's Public Health Department in terminating Planned Parenthood's a contract agreement. And I'd also like to say that if it is really about choice, I would like my choice to be made known, that I don't want my tax dollars going to spend to destroy babies that are created in the mirror of God. And I just ask that you would please not table this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Imagine everyone's getting a little bit weary, but I really appreciate all of this time and everyone that is listening. But my name is Billy Picklesheimer, and I live at 3641 John. And I do want to say that I do support the termination of the Planned Parenthood lease agreement. And, you know, we've heard an awful lot tonight about putting this aside. Well, I'm asking that you please make a decision on this tonight about this horrible agreement, because I'm one of them that don't like to see my tax money go for this. And with all of these that are saying wait and give them more time, I think 90 days is quite sufficient time for the influence that Planned Parenthood has in this country, that if they can't find another spot in 90 days, and the contract only called for 60 days, but they were given 90 days, then there's something bad wrong. And they talk like they had no notice or anything. Now, they had as much notice as the rest of us had. We got out and worked, and we prayed. And I'm asking that tonight, each one of you commissioners, again, I would ask you to look for the Lord's direction in this. What does he think about all of this? And let him put the thoughts and guide your mind. That's what we all need to do. We need to let the Lord, to listen to what the Lord's trying to tell us to do, and try to do that and fill our destiny. Because believe me, when you go to get into my years,
Ma'am, your time is up.
slips
Thank you.
away so fast. And at the end of each
Ma'am,
year, I'm saying,
excuse me.
God, what have I
Your time
done?
is up, ma'am.
Sorry.
Ma'am, thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
My name is Milo James Keck, and I reside at 3553 Holton Road. And the way I see this is because the county health department needs space in their building, it would seem reasonable to terminate any other agreement to provide that space. Therefore, I support the resolution to terminate the agreement, and I request that you do not table this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Abiade, 1404 Winchester Drive. Dear County Commissioners, as a veteran of the United States Armed Forces, I stand before you straining at the opportunity which beckons my mouth to represent the struggles of my heart. I live in a nation so rich in expression and so powerful in giving voice to our flag, what our flag stands for, that there are people today still crying simply watching the image of the Arlington Cemetery. Some of us can hear the voices of those who chose to die for our nation as we hear the echoes whispering from the grave, "It was worth it." We can also hear the cries of babies who had no choice, saying to empty hearts, "Mom, I love you." However, we are also keenly aware that our rich history is sprinkled with arguments that women in certain racial groups were better off owned than free because the benefits their husbands and masters received. In the midst of the debates at the time, proponents advocating for the maintenance of human ownership spoke of the benefits of being owned, claiming those who oppose missed the issue. As for the issue before us, no one can argue that Planned Parenthood offers supportive opportunities. The issue is not the support they offer, but the practice of subtracting living life from the womb. Some may say, why make a big issue over one issue? Our response is the one issue is the issue. I will not bore you with the statistical data that unashamedly screams at the disproportionate procedures performed on African American women. I won't bore you. I will not bore you with the psychological trauma and the emotional devastation which echoes the truth
Sir,
that the itch...
thank you.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, I'm just warming up.
I cannot believe I get to follow that. Vicky May, 4790 Wilfred, Muskegon. I do support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim the clinical space leased to Planned Parenthood to expand their services to high-risk residents in Muskegon County. Please do not table this tonight. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Commissioners. David May, 4790 Wilford Street, Muskegon. I too support Kathy Moore's request to reclaim space leased to Planned Parenthood to assure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations. That's the canned speech, just a little bit more. I guess I can't tell you where I've been on this issue because the left hand isn't supposed to know what the right hand does when it comes to supporting others, for giving. So I'll put it as a question. Have you fostered any children? Maybe a dozen from the Muskegon area, 2 dozen? Have you adopted any children? any African American children from 1 year old to 7 years old? Do you put your money where your mouth is? Do you support our local pregnancy center? Other pro-life movements? I would put my money up against anybody that's been up here today in that category, because I believe in life. I believe in our children. I believe in our women. I support our women. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Has everybody had a chance to speak?
What are you thinking?
I will end public comment, and we will move on with the agenda. Next item is going to be communication. I'm going to ask all the commissioners to ensure they read the communications in your packet. We will move on to committee and board reports, starting with Courts and Public Safety Committee with Commissioner Nash.
I'll take that.
Oh, I'm sorry, John Snyder. I'm sorry, Commissioner Snyder.
Chair, the Courts and Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, April 9th, 2019. It was recommended, and I move CPS 1904-17 through 19 inclusive. All relate to improvement of agreements for the COPS program.
Commissioner Snyder, can you speak into your mic, please? They cannot hear you.
Oh. The Courts and Public Safety Committee met on Tuesday, April 9th, 2019. It was recommended, and I move approval of CPS 19/04-17 through 19 inclusive, all three of which relate to agreements with the Partnership in Neighborhood Safety Program with townships.
Support. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have support. Any discussion on the items? Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Vice Chair Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Hovey-Wright.
Yes.
Commissioner Layring.
Yes.
Commissioner Mahoney.
Yes.
Commissioner Nash.
Yes.
Commissioner Skolnick.
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder.
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins.
Yes.
8 yes.
And that motion's passed. Thank you. We will move on to the Human Services Committee meeting from April 9th with Commissioner Nash. And I would please ask the commissioners to let Commissioner Nash read the items.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Human Services Committee met on April 9th, 2019. It was recommended, and I move, HS 190407 to authorize public health to reclassify one vacant environmental health officer position and one vacant environmental protection officer to an environmental health officer, unit leader position, and to provide oversight and guidance to daily work activities in the food service, sanitation, environmental quality programs with no change to general fund. HS 190408 to give 90 days written notice to terminate the rental contract agreement with Planned Parenthood and reclaim the clinical space rooms to expand STD HIV services to high-risk residents in Muskegon County and to ensure safe, confidential, and sanitary operations for all nurses program services within the health department with no change increase in general fund appropriations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have support. We will go into discussion. Anyone, any discussion?
I've got several comments, so I'd like to...
Commissioner Laring, you have the floor.
Yes. So, piece of information.
And your mic, please, sir.
So a piece of information that was handed out by one of our residents, it is the public health. It was given to all of the commissioners from epidemiology. There is a silent epidemic that is occurring in Muskegon County. It is a hidden and growing in size and severity, and the epidemic will continue to spread unless direct action is taken. This report is from March of 2017. Planned Parenthood has been in charge of the STD testing and reduction rates since 2010 in the county, and this report suggests that there is an epidemic of epic proportion coming into Muskegon County, leaving this county with the third highest STD rates in the state. So this report suggests that there's an epidemic that Planned Parenthood has been unable to address. So from this document that was handed out by one of our speakers today to all of the board members, it seems to be that Planned Parenthood has not been able to fulfill the obligation of reducing STDs in our county. Secondly, I have the STD rates that are published, and Planned Parenthood has been contracted with the County of Muskegon to address STD rates since 2010 and lower them, but they have significantly increased since they have been in control of our STD testing and in our county. So, but my chief reason, I guess I want to speak to why Planned Parenthood needs to go. I actually took a visit to their office. So it's a shame that Planned Parenthood has better clinical space than what our county health department does, but even more so, they are a political organization. So, and I give evidence to that I found in their office that they distribute to clients. Your rights, your vote, your future, share Planned Parenthood. Stickers that they give to their residents. So they do give out free condoms, but they also give out stickers. Now these condoms that they give out don't necessarily have the breath mints in them that I've so heard that they distribute, but these condoms they do distribute apparently without the breath mint. But, so on the back of this card that they hand out, it is at their front desk. So to say Planned Parenthood is not a political organization and that somehow I politicize this event, and they're handing out political documents in their foyer, their vestibule, their entrance, which is county-owned property, is illegal. And let me just read the back of this. Would you like to volunteer? Would you like to share your story? Yes, I would like to receive information from Planned Parenthood's political arm.
Keep your comments to yourself, please. Let the commissioner speak.
Okay, we've heard a lot of public comment today, but there are 60 million voices that we did not hear. Being a nonprofit is a tax statement, not a business model. Planned Parenthood is a $150 billion organization ranked number 27 out of 100 charities by Forbes magazine. Planned Parenthood does not need to be subsidized by Muskegon County taxpayers. 22% of Planned Parenthood's clients come from outside. Is there a problem hearing me? Then, okay, please keep your comments to yourself. 22% of Planned Parenthood clients come from outside of Muskegon County. Muskegon County should not be subsidizing residents from other counties. All services provided by Planned Parenthood are provided by other community partners. Now, it is true that in 2018, some of the STD rates have started to stabilize. Muskegon County Health Director Kathy Moore has adopted a community partnership program, and there are other partners that are supplying all of the services Planned Parenthood meets can be met in the county. Once Planned Parenthood vacates that space, Kathy Moore can apply for Title X funding mechanism, and the county can provide all of the service except for abortion. Planned Parenthood is a highly controversial political organization occupying space in the Muskegon County Health Department. The distribution of political propaganda and material on Muskegon County government property is prohibited. However, we have evidence, and I've shown you that. On September 11, 2018, the Muskegon County Commissioners awarded Dr. Alveda King a resolution of support of Dr. Alveda King's message. Dr. Alveda King sees pro-life movement as a continuation of the civil rights struggle. Dr. King is a pro-life advocate and is extremely critical of Planned Parenthood's tactics. In conclusion, I don't see how any board member can vote to leave any connection between Muskegon County Health Department and Planned Parenthood. Thank you.
Commissioner Larian, are you complete?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Yes. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Marcia Hovey-Wright, and I represent the 2nd District, former state representative in Muskegon. Sorry, okay. 90 days is not enough time for Planned Parenthood to find alternative space, renovate it, notify patients, et cetera. They need more time. No effort to date has been made to work things out with Planned Parenthood. Calls have not been returned. They have not been sought out to find a win-win solution. I do believe that the health department needs space, needs better space. I do believe that. But let's make this win-win. Let's allow time for Planned Parenthood and the county to find an alternative for the family planning, the subsidized family planning that only Planned Parenthood provides. Let me tell you something about Title X. I used to be director of Planned Parenthood before it merged with Grand Rapids, so I know something about it.
Keep your comments to yourself. Please let the commissioner speak.
It's a federal program. It does not provide the full funding for that service. So Planned Parenthood subsidizes family planning, the family planning clinic in Muskegon, to the tune of $10,000. They don't make money on this clinic. They subsidize it with private money that they can fundraise for. Now, if the health department wants to pick up the Title X, and I don't know where that extra money is going to come from, but it may be in our budget. It may have to come from our budget, which means an additional cost to the county when we really can't afford it. So no, there are no other providers that provide family planning services that are subsidized and affordable. There are other providers of family planning, doctor's offices, not health department, but clinics, et cetera, but they may not be affordable to those that are most indigent. So in other counties across the state, there are only 4 counties in the state that do take Title X. And the reason for that is the reason I just gave you. It doesn't pay for the service. They have to find other money to subsidize. The rest of the whole state, all the other 79 counties, are provided by Planned Parenthood through Title X. In addition, Planned Parenthood does STI testing and follow-up, and it does it in a very efficient way. Currently, the health department and Planned Parenthood provide STI services. So if there's an increased rate, it's on both their backs. And actually, the STD rate for chlamydia is increasing everywhere in the state. So you can't say that, that it's Planned Parenthood's fault. In another area, in Livonia, Planned Parenthood had to find another space. It took them over a year to find the space. It cost them several $100,000, and it was a very long process. We don't have the resources, and we don't have the time to do that here in Muskegon. We need to find other space, and the county building, the county needs to help with that process. Other staff members have told me that there is space.
Keep your comments to yourself, please.
That there is space in county offices. So what needs to happen is that there needs to be a smooth transition between the Planned Parenthood leaving the health department and being able to open the doors to new clients, to new patients. And that's what we need to strive for, is a seamless transition so that family planning services are still available. Nobody's talking here about family planning services. And let me just read from the Public Health Code from 1978. The department, meaning the department at the state, and under its supervision, the local health department shall provide family planning services to medically indigent individuals upon the individual's request in accordance with standards established under Section 9133. So nobody's talking about that. I don't know why. I think the health department has a responsibility to make sure family planning services are provided. And at this point, and given the realities of Title X, they're the only ones that can do it. They have the contract right now. They know how to do it. They can raise private money. So I think we need more time. And I'd like to see a motion to extend that time.
Commissioner Snyder, keep your comments to yourself.
Thank you very much. 90 days is more than adequate. We need to set a time limit. We need to set a time limit that can be met. And if there is a demonstration that in fact there is a good faith effort to try to improve, and find another location, we can always come back to this group and extend that contract. Give them additional time, but there has to be a time limit, and it has to be, in my view, a time limit which complies with the opportunity for them to be able to get that place in order, and at the same time give the county the opportunity to get in and get their building, our building, fixed. So I'm for adopting the resolution as it is right now, and the motion right now, 90 days, and if it needs to be extended in the future, we can talk about it at that time.
Commissioner Snyder, we have to let everybody make a comment before we can do that. Does any other commissioner want to make a comment?
I have a
Commissioner
couple of
Mahoney?
comments, if I could. The first one, we're reclassifying environmental health officers and that kind of thing. I will be abstaining from that vote because I have some personal relationships there. The second one, I do have a couple of comments. First of all, as a commissioner, I've got a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of this county. Commissioner Nash has noted that we are to make a business decision, not an emotional one, and I agree with that. To date, I've not received a financial analysis as to what the additional cost to the county could or will incur if Planned Parenthood leaves the health department. I've not received numbers. I've not received anything in terms of the potential liability to the county. If they're not going to be able to deal with the Title X through the county, that's going to be an additional expense to the county at a pretty good clip. So, it's,
Chairman Foster.
Yes, Commissioner.
just a minute. I'm not done.
He's not done.
Okay.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Mahoney, continue.
Okay. We also need to develop a smooth plan for the transition of the 1,500 citizens in this county that are using the services of Planned Parenthood now. Those folks are low income. They are not able to travel very far, and they're also very confused usually. They need help in finding things. They need help in terms of reaching out and getting them the services they need. And that's where I will leave it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Laring, we still have Commissioner Wilkins and Commissioner Nash if they want to make a comment before you've already had your chance.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Nash? Commissioner Wilkins? Okay, then Commissioner Laring, the floor is yours again.
So our Director of Health and Human Services has given us a statement that there is no charge or increase to the general fund for this. So I believe that my director has done her due diligence and her homework, and that this statement is true. To say that she hasn't done her work or her homework is to be saying that she's incompetent. I believe she's done her job correctly, and her fiduciary responsibilities have been met to the county. I do have one other question, and it might be for our legal staff. Apparently, Commissioner Hovey-Wright has addressed that as a previous executive director for Planned Parenthood, maybe her vote might have a conflict of interest.
Please keep your comments down. Doug, please. Quiet.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Laring, your board policy talks about a financial interest in the outcome. I don't believe that that's at issue tonight, and she's free to vote.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any other comments by commissioners? Commissioner Nash.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to speak on this issue just a little bit, because I want to make sure that we know exactly what we're doing here, because a lot of people insinuate that we haven't done our homework and we don't know what we're doing. But if we could, I would like to suspend, well, we don't have to suspend the rules. I want to have our director just answer a couple questions for clarification.
Absolutely. Madam Moore.
If you wouldn't mind.
Kathy, excuse me, Kathy Moore, Public Health Director.
Ms. Moore, could you please explain to me our responsibility as a health department with the Title 10 funding services that well, let me take that back. We don't have any responsibility for Title 10. What is our responsibility for family planning in Muskegon County?
Family planning is a required service, so we as public health have to assure that family planning occurs within our jurisdiction. We as a health department do not have to deliver that service. If there was no one in the county that was providing that service, then our county board has an obligation to assure services are provided for a low-income, indigent population and vulnerable populations.
So how many clinics or hospitals and agencies do you know that actually do family planning?
There is absolutely a plethora of clinics and agencies, including, you know, health providers. So we have Spectrum and all of those providers. We have 2 federally qualified health centers, Hackley Community Care and Muskegon Care, that receives federal funding specifically to serve low-income residents in Muskegon County. We also have, as they've mentioned, Muskegon Pregnancy Service. I'm not discounting Planned Parenthood because they provide a good service as well. What I've seen is that each organization has different cultures, and so people in the community have their preference for one or the other organization.
So it's to our advantage to have multiple services from multiple divisions and
It
agencies,
is absolutely.
including Planned Parenthood.
Yes, because there is a market, a population group that really prefers the type of services that Planned Parenthood brings.
Okay. And the only thing that I wanted to, thank you, Ms. Moore, I appreciate that. The only other thing I wanted to mention was that if you look at the motion, it was not a motion against Planned Parenthood. The motion was a motion for supporting our department and being able to have our building back so that we can adequately perform our services.
And
I was on this board when we voted Planned Parenthood in, okay? So it's not a problem with Planned Parenthood, but I'm also listening to our director who's making some common sense decisions to try to help our community. And I have no problem with Planned Parenthood moving to some other location. I think we've done well in supporting them. It's been a long period of time. But I think it's just time. Healthcare has changed. A lot of things have changed. So it's time for us to move on. And we will do, I think we did have a conversation and talking about, we will do whatever we can to try to support Planned Parenthood in their transition to wherever the new place they would like to go. And I don't think there's any commissioner that would be against that, because we want all the citizens of the community to have those services that they need. And if they have that preference, that's up to them. We can't force people to choose what we want them to choose.
Commissioner, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
I'd just like to make another statement that I think is relevant. So public health is your only agency authorized by the Public Health Code to enforce the Public Health Code. We have a relationship with every provider in Muskegon County. The law says if any laboratory or provider that diagnose a positive communicable disease, it can be an STD, it could be measles, chickenpox, they have 24 hours to report to public health. And so sometimes I feel like, we're up here and you're comparing public health, big P, big H, with public health agencies, little p, little h. We are the only entity with the legal responsibility and enforcement authority for public health in Muskegon County. I am your public health director, but the state has designated me as the health officer. There can only be one in each jurisdiction. I am that person. And so it's my legal obligation to actually help and make sure we care for the citizens of Muskegon County.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Commissioner Nash, any other comments?
No, I just feel that at this time,
Commissioner Skolnick, floor is yours.
I just feel like at this time that we need to take the politics out of this and make a good, sound decision that's good for the community. That's it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Skolnick.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of comments. One is, I would like to say just how, first of all, democracy is messy. It's just complicated, and people have strong opinions. We've all been here a really long time. I've been in a lot of public hearings. I've never been in one like this before, and it's been interesting, but it's stressful. You can feel it in the room, but on the other hand, I felt that this was about as good as it gets. Everybody was polite. There wasn't any bad. People may not have liked positions, but they were respectful. And I also want to compliment the chair, Gary Foster. He's a new commissioner. This is a new role for him. And he just got thrown into something he probably wishes he hadn't, but he did a great job. Also, I'd like to clear up a misstatement, maybe a misunderstanding, and that's Commissioner Laring, even though we're both in the same party, we don't always agree on everything. Public Health Director Kathy Moore has been working on this long before he ran for county commissioner. So I know that some people were kind of blaming some of this on him, but this has been in the works for a long time. She's been thinking about it, and
How come Planned Parenthood doesn't know? Ma'am,
well,
please give him his time.
it's been happening because it's been. I suspect, I haven't asked her. I suspect because she needed the space. If you look at what's happened in Muskegon County in the last few years, this county is exploding with activity. Every new building, every restaurant, every festival requires health department activity. Now this PFAS disaster that we have going on, I don't know how much time they're spending on that. There's a lot of work going on in the health department. So they need the space, and I am supportive of Planned Parenthood being in this community. I personally, if there's something I can do to help you find more space, I know that I sit on the county land bank, and maybe there's some property there. I don't know, but not on. I was also on this board when Planned Parenthood was invited to be into the health department, and at the time it made sense, but things have changed. He's looking at me with daggers. So anyway, I understand the passion that's in this room, but I do believe we need to vote on this tonight, and we just need to get this over with, because I don't want to have another 6-hour public hearing if I can.
Thank you, Mr. Skolnick. Commissioner Wilkins, you'd be the last commissioner if you have a comment. Otherwise, I'm going to call for a vote. Thank you, ma'am. Before I call for the vote, I want to...
Can I ask for something? Planned Parenthood has not been represented. Could we allow some time for Planned Parenthood to speak,
The time
please?
has been done.
Oh.
Comment times are over. Okay, before I call for the vote, I want to thank everybody. It's It's been a long day. Thank you for having respect and kindness for everybody here. Sheriff's Department, thank you for staying and helping tonight. Now I will call. Now, Madam Clerk, would you take a roll, please?
Commissioner Hovey Wright.
No.
The issue before you is
Item
first
0708.
07 and 08. You have two motions in front.
07, yes, 08, no.
Thank you. Commissioner Layring.
Yes on both.
Commissioner Mahoney.
On 7, I wish to abstain because of a conflict of interest. On 8, because I don't have adequate information, in my opinion, I vote no.
Commissioner Nash.
Yes on 7, yes on 8.
Commissioner Skolnick.
Yes on both.
Commissioner Snyder.
Yes on both?
Commissioner Wilkins. Vice Chair Foster.
Yes on both, and the motion passes. Please, we have a lot more to continue with. Thank you. We have more business to continue with, but if you want to leave, you may leave. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Snyder. Yes, sir.
Excuse us, we're still having a meeting, please.
Please be quiet. Commissioner Snyder has a comment.
I respect your, I respect what you just did. However, please understand that we are going to try to work with the organization to accomplish their ends. So I'm trying to take the politics and the religion and everything else out of this. And if they can understand that we're going to make the transition, that's what we voted on.
Correct, sir. Okay, we will continue with the Ways and Means Committee.
Sorry,
Commissioner
sir.
Skolnick.
Chairman,
Yes, sir.
we
Commissioner
still had to
Nash.
finish our order.
Hang on one second, Commissioner Skolnick.
We also wanted to mention the motion that was tabled. Excuse us, please.
Please be quiet so we can continue the meeting.
There was a motion that was tabled until May 7, 2019, from the Human Service Committee meeting, HS 190409, to approve the 16 senior millage funding awards totaling $523,415, and one contract amendment, additional $10,000, as recommended by the Senior Activities Committee, and to authorize the designated senior millage grantors, administrators, senior resources, including the 2 awards granted to senior resources, to proceed with the administration of the programs. And that will conclude my report.
Thank you, Commissioner Nash. Now we will move on to Commissioner Skolnick.
Ways and Means.
The Ways and Means Committee met on April 11, 2019. It was recommended, and I move
Wake up every time it closes.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any conversation, discussion?
No, not at all.
Seeing and hearing none, roll call, please, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Layring. Commissioner Mahoney.
Yes.
Commissioner Nash.
Yes.
Commissioner Skolnick. Commissioner Snyder.
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins. Vice Chair Foster.
Yes on all of them.
Commissioner Hovey Wright.
Yes on all.
8 yes.
And those motions all passed. Thank you, Commissioner Skolnick. Thank you. We will move on to Chairman's Report and Committee Liaison Reports. First one, Public Works Board appointments. We are going to appoint Leo Evans if this commission ceases to do so. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion, and can I get a second? We have support. That is only a roll call, a voice vote, correct?
Excuse me.
All in favor, say aye.
Mr. Chair.
Excuse us, we have conversation down there. We're on the Chairman's Report. We already did Ways and Means.
Are we doing Public Works?
We did the Public Works, Leo Evans.
Question is that a renewal? Or is that a new
Mr.
one?
Administrator.
No, we just had, Leah was there, and she got a new appointment at the city, so her responsibility has changed. And so therefore, it makes us want to go to the Public Works Director of the city. So we're doing a substitution instead of really a brand-new seat.
Okay. Any other discussions on that? Hearing and seeing none. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. That motion passes. Thank you. Muskegon County Jury Board reappointment, Mr. Randy Hoffmeyer.
So moved.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Any discussion? Any concerns? Hearing and seeing none, we will all have a voiced vote of yes.
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 And that or any nays? Hearing none, that motion passes. Thank you. United Way of the Lakeshore Annual Celebration, Thursday, April 25th, between 5 and 8 p.m., Holiday Inn Conference Center. Try to be there. USS LST 393 Veterans Museum opens for the season on Saturday, April 27th. It's a great cause, great place. The 7th Annual Earth Day Expo, Saturday, April 27th, at the Farmers Market. That concludes the chairman's report. We will move on to the administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the Convention Center update, there's not a whole lot up to date yet. There's not another meeting. The open ceremony, the groundbreaking ceremony is still scheduled, and we will send you announcements on that. I do have one motion for consideration. I move to authorize the reassignment agreement between the County of Muskegon and Downtown Muskegon Now to the City of Muskegon and the Muskegon Downtown Development Authority for continued operation to the dog park located at 793 West Western Avenue.
So moved.
Support.
Do we have a motion and support? Do we have any discussion? Okay. Mr. Skolnick?
Are they qualified to run the dog?
Yes.
They're doing a good
A little too late to ask that.
Hearing the comment of yes, we will go for a voice vote.
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote, I'm sorry. Madam Clerk, would you do a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Mahoney,
Yes.
Commissioner Nash,
Yes.
Commissioner Skolnick,
Yes.
Commissioner Snyder,
Yes.
Commissioner Wilkins. Vice Chair Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Hovey Wright. Commissioner Hovey Wright.
Yes.
Commissioner Layring.
Yes.
8 yes.
That motion passes. Thank you.
And the final, I do have a resolution. It's page 16. Be it hereby resolved that the Muskegon County Board of Commissioners approves the Michigan Public Safety Communication Systems co-location license agreement with Muskegon County, and be it further resolved that Susie Hughes, Muskegon County Board of Chair, be authorized to sign the agreement.
So moved.
Support.
We have a motion and support. Madam Clerk, is that a roll call or just a voice?
You can go with voice.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion passes. Thank you.
Thank you. That ends my report.
Okay, we will move on to old business. Do we have any old business for the commission? We're pretty quiet. I don't think we need that now. Hearing and seeing none. How about any new? Oh, Commissioner Mahoney.
I just wanted to stretch it out a little longer. I want to introduce to us a proclamation to recognize April as Child Abuse and Neglect Prevention Month. And I have the proclamation here.
Support.
We have a motion and support. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Hearing none, that motion passes.
And I will present that at the
Thank you,
annual
Commissioner Mahoney.
flagpole thing,
I think you
whatever
did
we
that
do.
last year, didn't you?
Probably.
Thank you, sir. Okay, time for public comment on anything. Thank you. And I will look for a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
We are adjourned.
You lose, Charles.
Yeah.